perfected over time. And yet words on a parchment would not be enough to deliver slaves from bondage, or provide men and women of every color and creed their full rights and obligations as citizens of the United States. What would be needed were Americans in successive generations who were willing to do their part through protests and struggles on the streets and in the courts, through a civil war and civil disobedience, and always at great risk, to narrow that gap between the promise of our ideals and the reality of their time. This was one of the tasks we set forth at the beginning of this presidential campaign, to continue the long march of those who came before us, a march for a more just, more equal, more free, more caring, and more prosperous America. I chose to run for president at this moment in history because I believe deeply that we cannot solve the challenges of our time unless we solve them together, unless we perfect our union by understanding that we may have different stories, but we hold common hopes, that we may not look the same and may not have come from the same place, but we all want to move in the same direction towards a better future for our children and our grandchildren. And this belief comes from my unyielding faith in the decency and generosity of the American people. But it also comes from my own story. I'm the son of a black man from Kenya and a white woman from Kansas. I was raised with the help of a white grandfather who survived a depression to serve in Patton's army during World War II, and a white grandmother who worked on a bomber assembly line at Fort Leavenworth while he was overseas. I've gone to some of the best schools in America, and I've lived in one of the world's poorest nations. I am married to a black American who carries within her the blood of slaves and slave owners, an inheritance we pass on to our two precious daughters. I have brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, uncles, and cousins of every race and every hue scattered across 3 continents. And for as long as I live, I will never forget that in no other country on earth is my story even possible. It's a story that hasn't made me the most conventional of candidates, but it is a story that has seared into my genetic makeup the idea that this nation is more than the sum of its parts, that out of many, we are truly one. Now, throughout the first year of this campaign, against all predictions to the contrary, we saw how hungry the American people were for this message of unity. Despite the temptation to view my candidacy through a purely racial lens, we won commanding victories in states with some of the whitest populations in the country. In South Carolina, where the Confederate flag still flies, we built a powerful coalition of African Americans and white Americans. This is not to say that race has not been an issue in this campaign. At various stages in the campaign, some commentators have deemed me either too black or not black enough. We saw racial tensions bubble to the surface during the week before the South Carolina primary. The press has scoured every single exit poll for the latest evidence of racial polarization, not just in terms of white and black, but black and brown as well. And yet, it's only been in the last couple of weeks that the discussion of race in this campaign has taken a particularly divisive turn. On one end of the spectrum, we've heard the implication that my candidacy is somehow an exercise in affirmative action, that is based solely on the desire of wild and wide-eyed liberals to purchase racial reconciliation on the cheap. On the other end, we've heard my former pastor, Jeremiah Wright, use incendiary language to express views that have the potential not only to widen the racial divide, but views that denigrate both the greatness and the goodness of our nation, and that rightly offend white and black alike. I have already condemned, in unequivocal terms, the statements of Reverend Wright that have caused such controversy and, in some cases, pain. For some, nagging questions remain. Did I know him to be an occasionally fierce critic of American domestic and foreign policy? Of course. Did I ever hear him make remarks that could be considered controversial while I sat in the church? Yes. Did I strongly disagree with many of his political views? Absolutely. Just as I'm sure many of you have heard remarks from your pastors, priests, or rabbis with which you strongly disagree. But the remarks that have caused this recent firestorm weren't simply controversial. They weren't simply a religious leader's efforts to speak out against perceived injustice. Instead, they expressed a profoundly distorted view of this country, a view that sees white racism as endemic and that elevates what is wrong with America above all that we know is right with America. A view that sees the conflicts in the Middle East as rooted primarily in the actions of stalwart allies like Israel, instead of emanating from the perverse and hateful ideologies of radical Islam. As such, Reverend Wright's comments were not only wrong, but divisive. Divisive at a time when we need unity, racially charged at a time when we need to come together to solve a set of monumental problems: 2 wars, a terrorist threat, a falling economy, a chronic health care crisis, and potentially devastating climate change. Problems that are neither black or white or Latino or Asian, but rather problems that confront us all. Given my background, my politics, and my professed values and ideals, there will no doubt be those for whom my statements of condemnation are not enough. Why associate myself with Reverend Wright in the first place, they may ask? Why not join another church? And I confess that if all that I knew of Reverend Wright were the snippets of those sermons that have run in an endless loop on the television sets and YouTube, if Trinity United Church of Christ conformed to the caricatures being peddled by some commentators, there is no doubt that I would react in much the same way. But the truth is, that isn't all that I know of the man. The man I met more than 20 years ago is a man who helped introduce me to my Christian faith, a man who spoke to me about our obligations to love one another, to care for the sick, and lift up the poor. He is a man who served his country as a United States Marine and who has studied and lectured at some of the finest universities and seminaries in the country, and who over 30 years has led a church that serves the community by doing God's work here on earth, by housing the homeless, ministering to the needy, providing daycare services and scholarships and prison ministries, and reaching out to those suffering from HIV/AIDS. In my first book, Dreams from My Father, I described the experience of my first service at Trinity. And it goes as follows. People began to shout, to rise from their seats and clap and cry out. A forceful wind carrying the Reverend's voice up to the rafters. And in that single note, hope, I heard something else. At the foot of that cross, inside the thousands of churches across the city, I imagine the stories of ordinary black people merging with the stories of David and Goliath, Moses and Pharaoh, the Christians in the lion's den, Ezekiel's field of dry bones. Those stories of survival and freedom and hope became our stories, my story. The blood that spilled was our blood, the tears our tears, until this black church on this bright day seemed once more a vessel carrying the story of a people into future generations and into a larger world. Our trials and triumphs became at once unique and universal, black and more than black. In chronicling our journey, the stories and songs gave us a meaning to reclaim memories that we didn't need to feel shame about. Memories that all people might study and cherish, and with which we could start to rebuild. That has been my experience at Trinity. Like other predominantly black churches across the country, Trinity embodies the black community in its entirety, the doctor and the welfare mom, the model student and the former gangbanger. Like other black churches, Trinity's services are full of raucous laughter and sometimes bawdy humor. They are full of dancing and clapping and screaming and shouting that may seem jarring to the untrained ear. The church contains in full the kindness and cruelty, the fierce intelligence and the shocking ignorance, the struggles and successes, the love, and yes, the bitterness and biases that make up the black experience in America. And this helps explain, perhaps, my relationship with Reverend Wright. As imperfect as he may be, he has been like family to me. He strengthened my faith, officiated my wedding, and baptized my children. Not once in my conversations with him have I heard him talk about any ethnic group in derogatory terms, or treat whites with whom he interacted with anything but courtesy and respect. He contains within him the contradictions, the good and the bad, of the community that he has served diligently for so many years. I can no more disown him than I can disown the black community. I can no more disown him than I can disown my white grandmother, a woman who helped raise me, a woman who sacrificed again and again for me, a woman who loves me as much as she loves anything in this world, but a woman who once confessed her fear of black men who passed her by on the street, and who on more than one occasion has uttered racial or ethnic stereotypes that made me cringe. These people are part of me, and they are part of America, this country that I love. Now, some will see this as an attempt to justify or excuse comments that are simply inexcusable. I can assure you it is not. And I suppose the politically safe thing to do would be to move on from this episode and just hope that it fades into the woodwork. We can dismiss Reverend Wright as a crank or a demagogue, just as some have dismissed Geraldine Ferraro in the aftermath of her recent statements as harboring some deep-seated bias. But race is an issue that I believe this nation cannot afford to ignore right now. We would be making the same mistake that Reverend Wright made in his offending sermons about America, to simplify and stereotype and amplify the negative to the point that it distorts reality. The fact is that the comments that have been made and the issues that have surfaced over the last few weeks reflect the complexities of race in this country that we've never really worked through, a part of our union that we have not yet made perfect. And if we walk away now, if we simply retreat into our respective corners, we will never be able to come together and solve challenges like health care or education or the need to find good jobs for every American. Understanding this reality requires a reminder of how we arrived at this point. As William Faulkner once wrote, the past isn't dead and buried. In fact, it isn't even past. We do not need to recite here the history of racial injustice in this country. But we do need to remind ourselves that so many of the disparities that exist between the African American community and the larger American community today can be traced directly to inequalities passed on from an earlier generation that suffered under the brutal legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. Segregated schools were and are inferior schools. We still haven't fixed them 50 years after Brown versus Board of Education. And the inferior education they provided then and now, helps explain the pervasive achievement gap between today's black and white students. Legalized discrimination, where blacks were prevented, often through violence, from owning property, or loans were not granted to African American business owners, or black homeowners could not access FHA mortgages, or blacks were excluded from unions, or the police force, or the fire department, meant that black families could not amass any meaningful wealth to bequeath to future generations. That history helps explain the wealth and income gap between blacks and whites and the concentrated pockets of poverty that persist in so many of today's urban and rural communities. A lack of economic opportunity among black men, and the shame and frustration that came from not being able to provide for one's family contributed to the erosion of black families, a problem that welfare policies for many years may have worsened, and the lack of basic services in so many urban black neighborhoods, parks for kids to play in, police walking the beat, regular garbage pickup, building code enforcement, all helped create a cycle of violence, blight, and neglect that continues to haunt us. This is the reality in which Reverend Wright and other African Americans of his generation grew up. They came of age in the late 50s and early 60s, a time when segregation was still the law of the land and opportunity was systematically constricted. What's remarkable is not how many failed in the face of discrimination, but how many men and women overcame the odds, how many were able to make a way out of no way for those like me who would come after them. But for all those who scratched and clawed their way to get a piece of the American dream, there were many who didn't make it, those who were ultimately defeated in one way or another by discrimination. That legacy of defeat was passed on to future generations, those young men and increasingly young women who we see standing on street corners or languishing in our prisons without hope or prospects for the future. Even for those blacks who did make it, questions of race and racism.
I do encourage you all to listen to President Obama's speech. It's called A More Perfect Union. This was given before he got elected to the first term as President of the United States. I just want to offer my take on this speech because I've read it in many classes and I've watched it a couple of times. And the thing that I take away from this speech is the importance of cultural diversity in our society. And one of the things I believe is the reason why our society is so divided is the fact that we don't take the time to learn about the uniqueness of other people's cultures, because we're a home of immigrants and we're all from different backgrounds, and we have different stories, like the president said in this speech. So I think that in order for us to progress as a nation and to have a more perfect union is to just get to know our fellow brothers and sisters, learn about their uniqueness, and learn what similarities we have in common, because at the end of the day, we're the United States of America. So with that, I'll leave you with that on today's program. I just want to make a little pitch here. We're on Facebook now, so it's The Take with Kishan Singh. So if you like what you hear on this program, please go ahead and give me a like on Facebook, as well as give me your inputs, suggestions, or comments on the page, so I can know how to improve this program for you in the future. So next week on the program, we're going to be talking about immigration, and we'll play a couple of more presidential speeches like this week and last week. So I'll leave you with James Brown, I Feel Good. Have a great week, everybody.
I knew that I wouldn't. I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. So good, so good. I got you. Wow, I feel nice. That sugar is fine. I feel nice. That sugar is fine. So nice, I got you. no wrong. And when I hold you in my arms, my love can't do me no harm. And I feel nice, a sugar and spice. I feel nice, a sugar and spice. So nice, so nice, that I got you. Wow, I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. I feel good. I knew that I would. So good, that I got you. So good,
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
If you know the symptoms and get the facts, you'll know the signs of a heart attack. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if it sounds familiar, call 911.
Pain in your neck, chest,
arms or jaw,
shortness of breath,
please tell us more. Cold sweats and nausea, tiredness,
it's time to take it
serious. Back pain, stomach pain, shortness of breath, cold sweats, nausea, dizziness. If you know the symptoms and heed the signs, you'll be around for a long, long time. Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911.
Learn a song that can save your life. Get a free download at womenshealth.gov/heart attack.
Women, listen to me, and when I'm done, if any sound familiar, call 911. If any sound familiar, call 911.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
911.
Good afternoon, and thank you for tuning in to WHCR here at 90.3 FM. I'm your host, Louis Oprisa, and we've got an hour of music for you today. First song is Victory Laps, the instrumental by Doom Starks.
Said from the forest itself comes the handle for the axe with this wilderness. listen, I'm not, this ain't where it's at. Clear a path someday, you could find your way back. Chop 'em down, chop 'em down, chop 'em down, chop 'em down. And I said time flies by like clouds passing in the sky. Lifetime's here and gone with a blink of an eye. March through the desert one step at a time. March through the desert one step at a time. And from the forest itself comes the handle for the axe. Drop the staff, motion rebellion, no split the ocean in half. March through the desert, this ain't where it's at. Said chop 'em down, chop 'em down, chop 'em down, chop 'em down. No, no, said patterns engraved, not so easily effaced, still wandering, trying to find your place. I said playing the game, I see pain on your face. Nowadays they get in like children, so that's lame. Strange ways, running through the maze. Strange ways, always lost in the desert, trying to find your way. Lost in the desert, trying to find your way. From the forest itself comes the handle for the axe. Spit this wilderness, listen up now, this ain't where it's at. Clear up path someday, you could find your way back. Say chop 'em down, chop 'em down, chop 'em down, chop 'em down. Now, now, Joseph descending, sold as a slave, thrown into a dungeon 'cause he wouldn't be swayed. Interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, and Egypt was saved. Stockpile food for 7 years of rain, sold to all the nations when the drought came. Joseph rose to power and the Yidden state started to build and success was made. Pharaoh's getting worried, let's make a play. Bound in chains, firstborn was sent down to their graves. Moshe was saved and a prince he was raised. Hashem spoke to him, here's a message to relay. Take my nation from its sky, you must see the suffering. Hearts, ego breaks, take sparks and make way. Trail blaze through this wasteland, breaking the chains. Last generation, just the remnants. He'll do this wasteland, leaving footprints. We love the lid, this is just plastic. Gotta get into it, get into it. It's a heavy hitter, stepping solid, never quitter. Jumping through the ocean before it's split. Gotta jump into it, jump into the ocean, jump into it. Rip through Egypt, rip through it. 600,000 witnessed it. No, you didn't forget, no, you didn't forget. Rip through Egypt, rip through it. Say rip through Egypt, yeah. Sit in the same with you, what desert things are not what they seem. Snakes camouflage, just to flip the scene. Put your faith in the mirage, it's just a smoke screen, just a smoke screen, just a smoke. In the same with you, what desert things are not what they seem. Snakes camouflage, just to fit in the scene. Put your faith in the mirage, it's just a smoke screen. Took that path and you know we're in need. Ooh, yeah, you are, I'm thinking about you.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
We're back here on WHCR 90.3 FM. You just heard Victory Laps, the instrumental from Doomstarks, followed by Chop 'em Down by Matisyahu. Up next is Time Stops by Explosions in the Sky. We're back here on WHCR 90.3 FM. You just heard Time Stops by Explosions in the Sky. Next up is the instrumental to Curls by Madvillain.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Welcome back to WHCR 90.3 FM. You just heard Claire de Lune by Alexis Weissenberg. Up next is Colt's Foot Leaf by Metal Fingers.
Never no more will I be all alone. Never no more will I be a stay-at-home. 'Cause I've got me somebody who makes me happy when I'm blue. Never no more will I cry for him. Never no more will I cry for him. 'Cause I've got me somebody who makes me happy when I'm blue. I've been all around, I've been in the town, saw all the old faces and all the old places that we used to know. But all that is past, got someone at last who makes me so happy that never no more will I ever be blue. No, never no more will I ever see him. Never no more, now that I'm free of him. 'Cause I've got me somebody who makes me happy when I'm blue. Never no more will I ever see him. Never no more, now that I'm free of him. 'Cause I've got me somebody who makes me happy when I'm blue.
We're back here on WHCR 90.3 FM. You just heard Colt's Foot Leaf from Metal Fingers, followed by Patsy Cline's Never Not More. Up next is Bob Marley with Soon Come.
Soon come. Every time I'm born, they tell me, soon come, soon come. Oh,
jump rope, double dutch, then turn on the mic with a thumb stroke, subtle touch, cuddle clutch. Is this thing on like the fling with Mrs. King Kong? This spring gone, sing a song of slap happy crappiness. He came to blow like it was strapped to his nappy chest. Surely I jest, the best on the wireless mic, not an eye test. Yet I digress. But why stress? Try and remember when maybe bit the tender skinned babysitter Gwendolyn. The type to hit and run and go tell a friend. Word to El Muerto, cucaracha, exoskeleton. He know, flow like interstellar wind. Toe a rap gin vibes, toe into hell again. 1, 2, check, me too. Loose wreck, see through your gooseneck EQ.
Names, doom. They wonder just who is he, but don't worry. Believe me, you'll get busy when it comes to poetry. He's got plenty, la la la.
Hey, if I may interject, rap these days is like a pain up in the neck. Cornier and phonier than a play fight. Take 2 of these and don't phone me on the late night. The beat won't fail me with more rhymes than times he washes hands and feet daily. And all that kerosene ain't cheap. Villain been deep since a teenage creep. Peep. He always was a gentleman and kept a pen and a pencil in his mental den. Right there next to where the Rolodex was before it turned up all burnt by his solar plexus. He don't know his own strength when he's on the bonus like the microphone's length. Bandwidth, ain't it funky like dingy socks? Feel the full effect off cassette in your Benzie box.
They wonder just who is he, but don't worry. Believe me, you'll get busy when it comes to poetry. He's got plenty, la la la.
Say you are fit to
them more. See one kettle, you've seen them all.
You're listening to WHCR 90.3 FM. You just heard Soon Come by Bob Marley, which was followed by Benzie Box featuring CeeLo Green, performed by Danger Doom. And that last song was called Ghetto by Bad Brains. Up next is Mozart's Allegro, performed by Maria João Perez.
Lordy, how they play it. Boy, they really sway it. Lordy, how they play it. Boy, they really sway it. Boy, that music thrills me. Say it nearly kills me.
What a dance do they do? Lordy, how I'm telling you. Oh, what a band they can time by clapping their hands. Just happy as a cow chewing on a cud in the darkest beat to beat on the Mississippi mud. Just as happy as a cow chewing on a cud when the darkies beat their feet on the Mississippi mud.
Welcome back to WHCR 90.3 FM. You just heard Mozart's Allegro, performed by Maria João Pires, followed by Mississippi Mud from Bix Beiderbecke. Up next is the instrumental to a song called No Snakes Alive by MF Doom.
Right.
Welcome back to WHCR 90.3 FM. That'll do it for our hour of music today, and I'll be back on the air next week, Monday, 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Thank you for tuning in, and have a wonderful evening.
Every morning when I wake up and see the sun, I know it's alright, it's alright. And every evening when I lay down and close my eyes, I know it's alright, it's alright.
Down in the dumps, that's how I feel sometimes. Never the cool kid when I was in the lunch line. Used to play baseball and sip Gatorade. Now I'm worried about college and getting paid. I'm moving to a new city. Quite frankly, I'm worried that it won't fit me. But people say if the shoe fits, wear it. And I was blessed with an opportunity of merit. Should I take it? Should I leave it? That was the conflict. Of course, I achieved it. I decided real quick, so soon I'll be on a plane to White Plains. But I hope it's not plain and knowledge isn't all I gain. Cause I've been looking for a girl that feels the same. Lost but looking for a girl that feels that pain. Not abdominal, uncertainty inside the brain. So I sit and pray, and until then, I'm stuck trying to say.
Every morning when I wake up and see the sun, I know it's alright, it's alright. And every evening when I lay down and close my eyes, I know it's alright, it's alright.
Sometimes I wonder what the hell am I doing? Out here selling my music to all these FSU students. Got a respectable unit of fans that groove to my jams, moving their hands like they was hit with electrical movement. Now I'm checking the blueprints of my life, ready to build. I got a couple options that I need to set on a hill, but I gotta move slow, steady, and still without letting it spill like there's an explosive weapon concealed. The medical field is where I wanted my game at, and for years I stayed on that same track. But since Chris and I hopped on that same track, back to the max, I found out my talent was rap. Now, should I perform on patients or perform on stages? I really have people saying I should go on and face it and pursue a career in music like I could do it. Why would God give me a talent if he ain't want me to use it?
Every morning when I wake up and see the sun, I know it's alright, it's alright. Every evening when I lay down and close my eyes, I know it's alright, it's alright. Baby, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright, yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I know, I know, I know, I know it's gonna be alright now, be alright now, be alright.
Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes, and if you don't know, my show is about struggles that have led to success and have guided people on their purpose in life. Today, my guest will be Ray to Boot, and he is from College Initiative. He is the director of mentoring as well as readiness. So until he comes, we're going to get into the next song, and that is also by the New Alliance. And this is New Alliance is a group that actually the artist himself, Chris, is from City College, and he came from very far to get together and get his album out, but the songs are so great. So let's hear this new one by him.
first grade, I was told I wouldn't make it, cause I couldn't read, and they made me hate it. So I worked as hard as I could for 10 years, just trying to reach the level of my peers, and it appears that I made it there. But people still wanna stop and stare, cause I'm not your average kid that watches TV. I'd rather spend my whole day making rap CDs. Most people see me as a loser, a non-cool kid who studied too much for school. Wait, why was that? Cause I couldn't read. If I was blind, would you point out that I can't see? Just cause a disability's evident doesn't make it evidence for nonsense or relevance. Instead of worrying about intelligence and failed attempts, don't read between the lines, strive for excellence.
Wherever you've been and whatever you've been through, don't hang your head, cause a new day's coming. I know now more than ever that I'll make it somehow. So ignore the odds and believe it's true. Wherever you're from and wherever you're going, someone's always gonna wanna shoot you down. But whatever they say and whatever they do, you know that you'll be fine, cause they can't break you. No, no. Cause they can't break you. You'll make it somehow. You'll make it somehow. No one can stop you now. Yeah, you'll make it somehow. You'll make it somehow. You'll make it somehow. Cause they can break you down. No, they can break you down. Yeah. No one can stop you now. No one can stop you now.
Yes, let's hear it for Chris and the New Alliances. Next song up is Sizzla Kalungi with Rise to the Occasion.
Close my eyes, I know it's alright, it's alright. Down in the dumps, that's how I feel sometimes. Never the cool kid when I was in the lunch line. Used to play baseball and sip Gatorade. Now I'm worried about college and getting paid. I'm moving to a new city. Quite frankly, I'm worried that it won't fit me. But people say if the shoe fits, wear it. And I was blessed with an opportunity of merit. Should I take it? Should I leave it? That was the conflict. Of course, I achieved it. I decided real quick, so soon I'll be on a plane to White Plains. But I hope it's not plain and knowledge isn't all I gain. Cause I've been looking for a girl that feels the same. Lost but looking for a girl that feels that pain. Not abdominal, uncertainty inside the brain. So I sit and pray, and until then, I'm stuck trying to say.
Where is the love, y'all? Black Eyed Peas.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mama. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama. Only attracted to things that'll bring the trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism. But we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA. The Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate. And to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah, madness is what you demonstrate. And that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all.
People killing, people dying, children hurt, and you hear them crying. Can you you practice what you preach, and what you turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, and some guidance from above. These people got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
It just ain't the same, always in change. New days are strange, is the world insane? If love and peace is so strong, why are the pieces of love that don't belong? Nations dropping bombs, chemical gases filling lungs of little ones with ongoing suffering as the youth are young. So ask yourself, is the loving really gone? So I could ask myself, really what is going wrong in this world that we living in? People keep on giving in, making wrong decisions, only visions of them dividends, not respecting each other, denying thy brother. A war's going on, but the reason's undercover. The truth is kept secret, it's swept under the rug. If you never know truth, then you never know love. What's the love, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the truth, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the love, y'all?
People killing, people dying, children hurt, hated, and crying. When you practice what you preach, and what you turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, and some guidance from above. These people got me questioning, where is the love? 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 Where is the
I feel the weight of the world on my shoulder. As I'm getting older, your people get colder. Most of us only care about money making. Selfishness got us following the wrong direction. Wrong information always shown by the media. Negative images is the main criteria. Infecting the young minds faster than bacteria. Kids wanna act like what they see in the cinema. Whatever happened to the values of humanity? Whatever happened to the fairness and equality? Instead of spreading love, we're spreading animosity. Lack of understanding leading us away from unity. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling under. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling down. It's no wonder why sometimes I'm feeling under. Gotta keep my faith alive when love is found. And ask yourself, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
Father, 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 help us, and some guidance from above. These people got me questioning, where is the love?
Sing with me, y'all.
One word, one word. We only got one word, one word. That's all we got. One word, one word. And something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with the world. Yeah, we only got one word, one word. That's all we got. One word.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Each year, 650,000 individuals are released from jails and prisons across America. There's a 67% chance that they'll be incarcerated again within 3 years. While this is a big problem, there's an even bigger solution: education. Education is the most effective response to crime, and College Initiative works to make college a realistic goal for formerly incarcerated New Yorkers. College Initiative works to help formerly incarcerated individuals to become stabilizing forces in their communities and advocates towards working for a safer New York. For more information, visit www.collegeinitiative.org.
Yes, and I will be showing a little love to Hanifa out in Queens, who just gave me her CD. Before that, you heard about College Initiative, and today my guest will be Ray to Boot from College Initiative. If you just tuned in, this is the show Breaking New Grounds, and I'm your host, Mercedes. Let's get into the next song by Hanifa. Hanifa from Queens, you can Google her, and she is definitely on YouTube.
to be conceited. I love you, babe. I see your life good looking and they look the same. They might be pushing away with money in the bank, but I still choose you over them fellas on any day. I see so many different faces, but none of the faces compare to you. And I could put you in a race, and I swear nobody's running fast as you. It doesn't matter where I'm at, babe. All I'm thinking about is you. And there ain't nothing he can do for me that you ain't already do. So I'm loving you, baby. 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 I'm walking past and these dudes are screaming, hey, yo. Shawty, can I get your number? And I'm like, no. I love my baby. I know it's crazy. And when you put it on me, it's so amazing. Now why would I trade it? This can't sustain it. I am secure in the spot. No complaining. You like to switch it up, so now the other days and me drinking in the street. I'm chasing. It doesn't matter where I'm at, babe. All I'm thinking about is you. And there ain't nothing he can do for me that you ain't already do. So I'm loving you, baby. 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 It doesn't matter where I'm at, babe. All I'm thinking about is you. And there ain't nothing he can do for me that you ain't already do. So I'm loving you, baby. 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 Yes, you just tuned into Breaking New Grounds. That was Hanifa from Jersey. A big shout out to her. You can also see her on YouTube. She is definitely breaking new grounds. Let's get into our next song by, who should I do? Black Eyed Peas? Yeah, I think they're great. So I got this feeling. By Black Eyed Peas.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump off that sofa. Let's kick it on. I know you will have a ball. If you get down, go out and just lose it all. I feel
it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it, let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, 'cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good, good night, a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good, good night, a feeling tonight's the night, hey, let's live it up, let's live it up, I got my money, hey, let's spin it up, let's spin it up, go out and smash it, smash it, like oh my god, like oh my god, jump out that sofa, come on, let's get oh, fill up my cup, drink, Mazel tov, look at her dancing, move it, just take it up, let's paint the town, we'll shut it down, let's burn the roof, and then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it, let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, do it, do it, do it. Here we come, here we go, we gotta rock, 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 easy come, easy go, now we on top, feel the shot, body rock, lock it, don't stop, round and round, up and down, around the clock, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, Sunday, get with us, we know what we say, party every day, party every day, and I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good, good night, I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good night, that tonight's gonna be a good, good night.
Heaven only knows, 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 heaven only knows.
Yes, you tuned into Breaking New Grounds. My host has arrived. Yes, today we're going to be talking with Ray Taboot from College Initiative. Ray, you want to introduce yourself to everyone that's listening?
Sure. My name is Ray Taboot. I'm currently the Director of Counseling and Mentoring at the College Initiative, and I'm happy to be here with you folks today.
Yes. Ray is doing great things. He's actually helping some formerly incarcerated, some that are alternatives to incarceration, get their lives on track, and he's doing it through education. So we're going to get into a little bit about what's going on at College Initiative and tell us a little bit about what College Initiative actually does.
All right. College Initiative is a nonprofit organization that was founded about 10 years ago. It came out of the college movement in prison. The founder, B'nai Rubenstein, was working with students who are currently incarcerated in women's facilities to help them get into college and complete their degrees. The funding was cut for the college program, and as a result, she decided to take her work out to the streets. And what she found was there were men in need of college services as well as women with criminal histories. So what the College Initiative does today, we work with anyone who has a high school diploma or a GED, a criminal history, and either lives or wants to go to school in New York City in the 5 boroughs. And we help them go to college. We help them with everything from enrollment to support during their college experience through mentoring, academic preparation. one of the things that happens is a lot of the folks who come to us have GED diplomas, and the GED does not prepare you for college readiness. So we try to bridge that gap with an academic college prep program. We also offer mentoring services. We use successful students from our community who have a 3.0 GPA and have completed at least 2 semesters of college to mentor other students. As an organization, what we primarily do is we provide access to college by helping folks navigate the process of enrolling in college, which can sometimes be complex. So we provide support for that. We also do a lot of work removing barriers that are largely specific to criminal justice involvement. And the last thing we do is we dispel myths around college going for people with criminal histories. One of the most prevalent myths is that someone with a criminal history can't get financial aid. The actual fact is that the only way that criminal history is a barrier to financial aid eligibility is if someone was convicted of selling drugs while receiving financial aid. That barrier exists for a year, but can be mitigated if you take drug treatment program and address the underlying issue. So the short version is people with criminal histories can apply and are eligible for financial aid as long as they're not currently incarcerated.
That is great. I think a lot of people don't know that, and that's great information. And also the fact that College Initiative caters to both sex. You know, there's a lot of organizations out there that cater to one sex or the other. And you also cater to the youth, and you're catching them at young. So that's a great thing that College Initiative is doing. Another question I do have for you is that prior to working the College Initiative, you did do some human resources for Fortune Society. And I just want to know, did any of that influence your decision as to go into College Initiative? Like, did you see a pattern in certain things that made you say, you know what, I need to put attention to education?
Yes, and I just want to say one quick thing in terms of another myth. If there are any young folks or older folks or people with criminal histories or anyone listening to this, college can be for you. One of the prevailing myths is that, you know, only people who have certain educational backgrounds or certain family backgrounds can succeed in college, and that's absolutely not true. I was just doing some research that showed that by all the standard measures of college readiness, most of our folks should be failures, and our folks are wildly successful. We have a tremendously successful community. So I just want to send the message out that you can do it. To answer your question, Lillian, I worked at the Fortune Society, which is a nonprofit located in Long Island City. Actually, College Initiative is housed within the space of the Fortune Society. The Fortune Society provides wraparound services for the reentry community. And I worked as the volunteer manager most recently, and as one of the employment readiness managers, helping prepare people to succeed in the job market. And one of the things that I found has been a significant barrier for folks throughout my involvement in the reentry community is lack of education. Formal education, particularly college completion, is one of the primary indicators of successful reentry. And you know, when we talk about reentry, reentry is the easy part. Reentry is basically you've been released from prison. Here's a little bit of money, which is probably yours, and here's a bus ticket home, and welcome home. Have a nice life. For most folks, what that means is that, you know, for 67% of the folks, if you believe in the scientific research, what that means is that within 3 years they will be returning to prison, unless they get a high school diploma or a GED, which reduces that number. If you complete college, it reduces that number even further. College readiness, age, employment, and significant other relationships are the 4 factors that most significantly reduce recidivism. And of all of those factors, college completion is probably the one we have the most control over. So I worked at the Fortune Society. I did everything from direct service to human resources and professional development. And what I started realizing is folks were having a really hard time getting jobs, maintaining relationships, just a number of things that I was able to tie directly to education and professional development. And what I know is no matter how skilled you are, no matter how talented you are, college makes a difference. It does a couple of things. I think it makes you vastly more marketable in an increasingly competitive marketplace. Additionally, I think it provides folks with a level of skills not just to enter the workplace, but to engage in life, to engage in problem solving, to be able to look at the world in a scientific and analytical way. And these are skills that translate to every aspect of your life, not just employment. Even in relationships, the way you engage with a significant other can change depending on your level of education and your ability to find accurate information. So it became quite clear that education was going to be the way out for most of the folks I was working with, or the way up, even if it wasn't out, because
Right.
sometimes you get a job, but you get stuck.
Mhm.
I was offered the opportunity to work with the college initiative, and I jumped on it because I believe in the mission. I know what college can do. And honestly, I was kind of working for them without getting paid anyway, because most of the folks that came to me, I was sending them down there. Go talk CI. They'll get you. They'll help you get that degree, and we can come back and talk.
Right, definitely. I mean that's absolutely fabulous. It actually puts you. So the main question is this: now, do you feel is like, through whatever you've gone through, this is like your purpose now, or do you feel like you have more to conquer?
My purpose too is to empower people who have not had a voice. Now the vehicle I've chosen for this is people with criminal histories, helping people address that particular barrier. My specialty is actually in transitional counseling psychology. I'm very interested in looking at the economic empowerment of people in transition. Criminal justice transition is probably one of the more powerful issues, and it's a significant barrier.
Right.
But we could easily include immigration transition in that field, as well as veteran reentry and community reintegration. And I mean, at the heart of it, that's really what we're talking about. My goal is to help folks reintegrate into their communities, or integrate for the first time if they never belonged, and become significant contributors. So right now, college readiness is the way that I'm working on that issue. But I mean, that's sort of the bigger picture. Is I want to help people succeed and become greater contributors and citizens in their communities.
Fabulous, and I've known Ray for a while, and he's always been like this, humanitarian type of person. Like, he has a love for humanity itself, and as you see, as we go through the journey that he went through, as far as working for Fortune and then changing over to College Initiative, it's always been around the human, the betterment of humanity, and how people can come out and be better, productive in their communities. And one question about that is that like who Ray really is, or?
So Ray is a guy who, for all intents and purposes, shouldn't be here today. I've made a lot of really poor choices, and I've endured a number of things, which I won't bore you folks with today. But I have a definite connection with the reentry community on a personal level. I understand substance abuse and chemical dependence, and just addiction in general at an academic level, but more importantly at a personal level. I grew up during the crack revolution, and a number of folks that I know were impacted by that. And while I never used crack cocaine specifically, I never used heroin, I was connected with people who, through their use, they significantly impacted me in a number of ways. And a lot of those experiences shaped who I am today. Again, I mentioned that I made a significant number of unhealthy, destructive choices. I've also made some really constructive choices. I served some time, and when I came home, I decided that, one, I was never going back to prison again, that incarceration was not an option. And I was very successful in my reintegration in the community. I did it quickly, I did it efficiently, I did it effectively. And what came out of that was this sense that, a lot of the folks that I know didn't have such an easy time. I mean, they weren't as successful. I mean, I know a lot of that 67% that went back to prison, and I figured out a formula to successfully reintegrate. And what I've tried to do is share that formula. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not magic that makes people succeed.
Right.
It's strategy, it's having the right supports and the right resources, and it's having a game plan and having the supports to execute that game plan. So I feel like I've distilled from my experiences and from my observations of other folks that I've worked with the sort of core steps and processes that need to be in place for someone to successfully reintegrate in the community. And that's what I want to share. I want to be able to give that to folks. I don't want to be an exception. I don't want to be the guy that everybody thinks is so successful. I don't want our community at College Initiative to be the exception. I want successful people after serving time in prison to be the rule. I want that to be the expectation. I want to change the conversation to one where if someone fails after doing time in prison, after entering our prison system, we're concerned. We recognize at that point it's not the person that's broken, it's the system, and we've failed that person rather than the person failing us.
Absolutely, that's actually great. To all the listeners that's listening, you tuned into Breaking New Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes. My guest today is Ray to Boot, and he is definitely breaking new grounds. This is the station, where you should tune into and hear the great stuff that's coming on, WHCR 90.3 FM. And we're going to get back into what Ray is saying. Ray mentioned that it was a support system that has helped him. So is there anybody in particular that you would like to say thank you to, or like that has helped you along on this journey?
Wow. So I think I want to start with my family really quickly. My Aunt Ruby has been tremendously supportive. My Aunt Joanne and just my family in general has been really, really supportive. And in terms of the community, I have so many colleagues, but I just want to say a special thank you to my former supervisor, Denise Dalton. She's the Senior Director of Human Resources at the Fortune Society. Her support of my professional and personal development has been tremendously helpful. Stan Richards, Joanne Page, Sherry Goldstein, again, just way too many people to mention. And at the College Initiative, just my whole team and staff, and in particular my supervisor, Michael Carey, and all the students of College Initiative and all the clients I've worked with at the Fortune Society. Each I've run into has helped me develop in some significant way and has supported me and supported me through their commitment. And finally, my friends Marion Conup and Phyllis Leventhal.
Great. So we're going to get back to the topic now. You at College Initiative, and everyone that's listening, you need the number to call in and ask Ray any questions. The number is 212-650-6903. I'll give you that number again, 212-650-6903. So yes, Ray, so tell us a bit about what's going on with College Initiative. How can someone get involved? Is there a website? What's going on?
Okay, so our website is www.collegeinitiative.org, and that's going to take you to another link, but if you go to collegeinitiative.org, you'll be able to see what's going on with us, the services and opportunities that we provide. We're not a service organization. We are a community of support. We're very much about empowering people to do things for themselves. So we essentially teach people how to engage in college readiness and engage in college and support them through that process. And if you want to reach College Initiative and get any information, you can email us at info@collegeinitiative.org, or you can call me directly or email me directly. I can be emailed at rtebout@collegeinitiative.org, and I can be reached by phone at 347-450 8214. And if I'm not the person you need to speak to, I'll get you to the person you need to speak to.
Yes. And that's what Ray to Boot definitely does. And he'll give you that information again after, before we wrap up everything. But Ray, tell me a little bit about what it is that you're doing now. How can people, help out with College Initiative?
So we have a couple of different opportunities where we can use some support. So we can always use funds, and I know it's the holiday season and folks are in the mood for giving. I want you to know that any financial support that we receive goes directly to working with our students. We don't give raises to the staff with donations or any of that stuff. We make sure we turn it around directly to the students and to our community. So direct funding support is always appreciated. I just want to mention that this next Thursday, the December 6th, from 6:30 to 9 p.m., we're having a fundraising event at Vlada Bar, which is on 50th Street in Manhattan. It's on 50th between 8th and 9th. And we will be asking for support from our community to put together a larger fundraising event, which will allow us to support our students with a number of their financial needs and to support our organization. And if anyone has any questions or wants to come, you can just RSVP directly at the email that I gave you earlier. You can RSVP directly to me, and I'll make sure I reach out to you and follow up, and we'll get you in there. It's next Thursday, and it's next Thursday from 6:30 to 9 p.m., and it's at Vlada Bar in Manhattan. In addition, if you are interested in volunteering your time, we always need support from tutors. And so the issue most of our students run into is they lack math proficiency. We have students who come in with serious numeracy issues, as my supervisor likes to say. And we can use all the tutoring support that we can get. And if you contact me, I'll connect you with Cassandra Jones. She's our Director of Education. And anyone that just wants to contribute, if you have a nice idea, if you think you can do something to support a community of successful students trying to make things happen and be better contributors through the college process or anything, if you have employment opportunities for our students, we have educated students. We have folks that are not just educated, but they understand the value of being contributors in the workplace and in their communities and in their families. And if you hire them, I can almost guarantee you that you will be thrilled. I've never met a harder working group of folks.
Yes.
And so, yep.
Yeah, they're great people. So, if I was, someone that just wants to come and try to join, where am I going? How am I to get involved? And where are you located? And
okay, so we have orientations every other Friday, for the most part throughout the year. And our orientations are just an opportunity for you to get to see who we are and what we have to offer, and what we expect from folks entering our community. When you come to orientation, we're going to have you do a really short, if you're a student applying, we're going to have you do a really short intake. Then within 2 weeks, we schedule you to meet with an individual counselor, and that counselor goes through every aspect of your college readiness, from anything from just sort of assessing whether you have your diploma and whether what your academic preparation is, what you need in terms of supports for that. Housing, reentry issues, negotiating with a parole or a probation officer. The other things that we do, we check for barriers. We check for things that once you start trying to enroll, they're going to come up and stop you, such as defaulted student loans. We help people work around those. We don't have funding to help people pay for those, but we do help you navigate. We have a number of solutions to help you navigate defaulted student loans, debt to schools, housing issues that may come up, any number of things. And we've done a pretty detailed analysis of what gets in the way of someone who has criminal justice involvement completing school. Once you do the individual counseling session, we'll get you set up with some sort of college preparation to make sure that you can pass whatever entrance exam you may need to take. Then we help you with the actual enrollment process. We help you set up the we help you apply for school, apply for financial aid. understand what's going on, and once it's time to register for classes, we help with that. Then we introduce you to a mentor if you're eligible for mentoring, and mentoring is dependent upon what level of support you need. So we'll set you up with a mentor who will walk you through the first year of school and make sure you succeed.
Great, great. So you mentioned two important things that I think people would definitely like to know a little bit more about. Those that might not have the resources or financial right now, as you said, the season is coming up, but the mentoring and the volunteering. What was it again? You said the volunteering. The tutoring.
Mm-hmm.
So how would someone want to help out with the college initiative by tutoring or mentoring?
Okay, so our mentors currently come from our pool of students. So we have any student who has completed 2 semesters of college and has a 3.0 GPA or higher is eligible to be a mentor. We have a 30-hour mentor training that we put folks through. Right now, that's happening about once a year. We once we've trained our mentors, we match them usually with students who. So we found some factors that make a person put a person at higher vulnerability for dropping out of school. And the goal is to help people stay engaged with school for the first 2 semesters, because that's what we found is that's when we lost the most people, was in the first 2 semesters. If we can get somebody through the first 2 semesters, they will generally complete their degrees. So the first thing with our mentors, we make sure that they've actually done what we're asking our mentees to do. We train them in how to support the mentees, and our mentees come from a pool of folks who we have found need the most support. And we connect folks based on what schools they're going to, their geographic locations, and primarily their interests. In terms of tutoring, I mean, really, it's at the point where we identify that someone needs support with tutoring. We really don't want to wait until the last minute when someone's failing math miserably to connect them with a tutor. We want to find that out earlier on and get them that support so that they can successfully complete their classes.
Great. So you mentioned a little bit what you kind of like broke down in a small scenario was that so you help people, as you help people get into college, and then in turn, as a result, they become mentors and they start to help other people. So it's kind of like a family thing going on there,
yes.
Right?
So I'm actually one of the co-creators of the mentoring program, along with a number of other students. And what we found is many of our mentors mentored people, obviously. The mentees became mentors, and 3 of our staff, including myself, have been mentors in the college initiative. So three of, and we have a very small staff. We have anywhere from 8 to 10 people, including interns at any given time. But 3 of the core staff have been mentors, and 2 have been mentees who became mentors, who became core staff. So yeah, there is a continuity in our employment model. I mean, we want to hire from our student body. We want to hire for our successful students because we feel like there's a cultural competence that comes along with having folks who have been through similar struggles and taken advantage of the opportunities, and having those folks support new students.
Yes, I think that's great, because the population that you're working with are a sensitive population that has been shunned from getting jobs and being these things, and now you're actually helping them get jobs and work within an environment that is very understanding of them. So that's a great thing. So you mentioned a little bit earlier about the struggle, a little struggle that you had, which you noticed where you were losing, but there is some success. And I was reading a little bit about Charles. I don't recall his last name.
Green.
I think that's his last name.
Okay.
So you want to tell us a bit about that's a great success story. I think that college initiative has helped and aided.
Well, okay, so I will tell you a little bit about Charles. Charles was one of our students, and from what I understand, he had a low-paying job initially, and he was struggling. And through college, he is now an MSW student. He actually he may have he graduated with his MSW recently. And he's working in a very successful job, and he's climbing up the career ladder. And he's extremely supportive of our community, and we're extremely proud of him. But I could go on for days talking about our success stories. You know, one of the things I've run into over the years is that I've found that, you know, you talked about society shunning people with criminal histories. That is entirely true. But there is such an expectation from the community of being rejected that what I found gets in the way almost as much as the actual rejection is the fear of rejection. You know, and there's sort of like this unwillingness to try, because either there was a rejection which was attributed to the criminal history or was directly resulting from the criminal history, or there's just this fear because what you hear is, well, you've got a felony now, you're never going to get a job. In fact, schools won't take you either, so don't even worry about college. And, you know, depending on what your offense is, you may not be welcome back in your community or your housing space. So there are like these multiple layers of rejection, and then the perception of rejection, which I feel keeps people either not willing to perform or underperforming significantly. And what organizations like College Initiative and Fortune and Osborne and CCA and CCF, and there are just so many that I can name, right? What we do, I think, first and foremost, is reestablish the humanity of the folks in our community and acknowledge that, you know, not even establish, acknowledge you're a human being and you made a poor choice. And we all make poor choices. I mean, I want everybody to think for 5 seconds about the worst decision they've ever made in their entire lives. Now I want you to imagine that was stuck with you forever, that you could never get rid of it. In New York State, felonies do not go away. They're with you for the rest of your life. And the difference between that choice and other choices is that other choices do not necessarily become your identity. Criminal history can easily become someone's identity. You are labeled a felon, an ex-con, a convict, whatever, forever. And higher education and employment and accomplishment is one of the ways that folks get out from under that label and are able to redefine themselves. We talk at College Initiative about redefining the person and rewriting the story, essentially, right? And helping folks define themselves rather than allowing society to define them. I have more than one felony, and again, I'm very clear that I've made a number of choices that I'm not proud of, but I am so much more than that. I have a college degree. I've achieved a number of professional accomplishments and credentials, and developed a level of expertise in my field that allows me to be an asset rather than a liability. And what I want to get across to folks is I am at this point not the exception. All right, there are a number of folks throughout the reentry community who have succeeded at least at the same level and at much higher levels. I mean, we have folks who have PhDs and who run large organizations and large institutions and are changing policy and all these wonderful accomplishments. And I think what we're looking for at this point is to be identified as human beings with something to contribute and not as the worst decision that we've ever made. And at this point, I don't think that it's a request anymore. I think it's an expectation. If we put in the work and we show what we've done, then we want to be engaged as successful members of the community.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. If you just tuned in, you tuned in to Breaking New Grounds. I'm your host, Mercedes. My guest today is Ray Taboo, and he's actually at College Initiative right now. And I mean, as far as where he's working and where he's finding, you know, his purpose in life and continuing to go on as far as helping people, that I think is really his purpose in life, is that he has a dedication to that. And we're talking about people that were convicted of felons and how they're marking of that has, in one way or another, has impaired them in a way to get back and be productive back in the communities. And you did mention something earlier, Ray, that society has these little things that kind of get in the way, like some ex-felons can't have the right to vote, and other things get in the way. But one thing you did mention, but in an indirect way, and let me see if you kind of feel the same way, is what people really may not know about ex-felons is that after they've done some time, that they're actually scared to death to commit another crime. So they are mostly reliable to be hired because they are not trying to get in trouble again. And people will tend to give those jobs to people that has never been in trouble, and then they find that they've made bad decisions because they've shunned away someone with the expertise that has worked on themselves and empowering themselves. So and you talked about the acknowledgement. I think acknowledgement plays a great part in that. So would you just give me your feedback on, a couple of things that I've just mentioned as far as like how ex-felons, they're not trying to go back to jail.
So statistically, folks who do, and I want to say this quickly, but I want to say it effectively. Statistically, people who have done more than a decade in prison are at lower risk. The more time someone does, as you said earlier, the less likely they are to commit a crime and go back to prison. Additionally, so when you hire someone that doesn't have a criminal history, the only thing you really know about that person is they don't have a criminal history. You don't know how many crimes they've committed. You don't know if they're at higher or lower risk of committing a crime. What I can tell you about someone with a criminal history is if they are under supervision, then they're being tested for illicit substances. They're being watched by a parole or a probation officer, and you don't get that level of external monitoring with someone who doesn't have a criminal history. So you actually have a level of safety. There's a safety mechanism built into post-release supervision. Additionally, the fact that someone got caught means they're probably less likely to commit the offense again. The other thing is there are a number of supports that you can find for as an employer if you're interested in employing people with criminal histories. There's work opportunity tax credit, which kicks back money for hiring someone freshly released from prison. There's federal bonding, which can be which are bonds. A person can be insured up to $25,000 if they're dealing with something that has to do with financial information or financial resources. They can be insured up to $25,000 against theft. So that covers the employer in case something goes wrong. But on the same vein that you were speaking about, Mercedes, I want to mention that again. My experience is that people with criminal histories are so eager to make their lives right and get back into the workforce and understand some of the challenges. I mean, realistically, they understand that you're taking a significant risk, and that there's a higher risk of liability, or they feel that, and they're willing to do whatever's necessary to prove that you haven't taken that risk in vain. And I think there's a level of maturity that can come with folks who have served time that you might not necessarily see in other people. That makes it worth it. That you will most likely get significant contributors. The Fortune Society has a wonderful employment readiness training program that prepares people to engage in the community and to engage it with employers in a way that adds value to the office or to the company, rather than not adding value or taking away value. And College Initiative, I mean, again, our students have wonderful track records and come with education and can contribute to you significantly.
Absolutely. So, Ray, give everyone the contact information. And, before we even do that, is there any personal projects that you're working on that you would like people to know about?
So personal projects. I have my own company. I do training, consulting, and coaching for individuals and organizations that work with criminal justice populations. What that basically means is I help people understand how to better work with people who have criminal histories, and I do it from a how-to perspective. So, I mean, theory is great and interesting and all that. It's probably more effective if I just tell you what solutions might work for you and help you figure out what direction you want to go into. In terms of the college initiative, and my company is called Mindframe Development Solutions. If you Google my name or you Google Mindframe Development Solutions, you'll be able to find me pretty easily, and you can reach me at the same contact information I gave you earlier. In terms of other projects, I'm working with an organization called Common Justice, which is a restorative justice project in Brooklyn, and they are helping folks they're helping folks who have harmed one another through the court process. So rather than the adversarial approach, they're helping folks who have harmed one another and been harmed talk to each other and negotiate a way to repair the harm through the courts. And you can find them at commonjustice.org. And you know, if you want to contact me through LinkedIn, it's a really good place to see what I'm doing. And you can just Google, you can just put in LinkedIn Ray Tebout, RayTebout, and if you hit me on LinkedIn and want to connect, I'm happy to connect with folks. And if you want to send me a message that way, that's really easy also.
Okay, so we're getting ready to wrap up this show. Ray, just give everybody the contact to College Initiative one more time, and
okay,
we'll be out.
So I'm going to give you my contact because I think that's the easiest. 347-450-8214 or RTEBOUT@collegeinitiative.org. You can also find the info on the website, which is collegeinitiative.org. And I just want to remind everybody, we would love to have you at our fundraising event. It'll be a lot of fun. There'll be food and drink, and it's at Vlada Bar, and it's next Thursday, December 6th, from 6:30 to 9 p.m.
Great.
And I want to thank everybody for having me.
And we thank you too. I'm wrapping up. I'm your host, Mercedes, from Breaking New Grounds. Next up is Chi Chi and Sports at the Half. See you next Monday.
.3 FM, New York.
This is Flo Wiley inviting you to listen to Black Beat New York every Thursday night at 6. Black Beat New York is all about what's happening on the arts and culture scene in New York City, with a special emphasis on what's going on in the sweet village of Harlem. Celebrity interviews, ticket giveaways, Black Beat weekly events calendar, and I'll play for you some of the finest music you'll hear on the radio anywhere. Every Thursday at 6, Black Beat New York, The Flo Wiley Show.
Hey, this is Joseph Hayes inviting you to tune into Another Perspective every Friday from 5 to 6 p.m. Another Perspective is a community affairs show that brings you information, news, solutions, and entertainment, all from another perspective. That's Another Perspective with your hosts Henry Portia, Reggie Mitchell, and yours truly, Joseph Hayes. That's every Friday from 5 to 6 p.m. on Whcr 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem.
I found out on my way to Harlem.
Get ready for sports at the half. 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 And yo, we live in Harlem, Monday, right? Fans get ready like boxing fights. It don't get better than sports at the half. Co-host Chi Chi as part of the staff. 5 through 6, 90.3. Then the show files out, so we head to the free. From Tiger to LeBron, it's the best sports show. On in the summer to the winter snow. Go hit pass with Reggie Bush. I look for runs that Pujols push. Who going on top? Ask mine to see. But wait to the end to the kids can see. Tune in, come in, put the stereos up. About this crazy new might feel
Sometimes I have to jam a little bit before we get the show started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Sports at the Half. I'm your host, Chi-Chi. I think I'm flying solo today, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking around. There's no one here, so I guess it's just me and you. Today is November the 26th, Monday, and I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving was just this past Thursday. If you cooked, if you ate, and if you're still eating Thanksgiving leftovers, shout out to you and be careful because that food goes bad. Actually, I wanted to start the show with something else, but someone is calling and calling furiously, so let's answer the phone. Welcome to WHCR. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, sexy. Oh, wait, this is a family show.
Oh, Annie, hey, bro.
Just know that I'm watching you.
Oh, snap.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going.
That's not, doesn't sound like a happy going, but that's good. That's good.
It's going.
All right, so I actually wanted to start this show. Oh, like I was saying before, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Annie, happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I cooked a lot of food, but I actually worked on Thanksgiving, so I made my meals Wednesday night, and then just put them in the fridge, and then the flavors really got to marry. It was awesome. Oh, and if Annie's on the phone with me now, but if you guys are interested in joining the conversation as well, the contact number is 212-650-6903. Again, that's 212-650-6903. So let's get started since we're talking a little bit about Thanksgiving. And oh, okay, let me tell you guys what I did for Thanksgiving before we get to Thanksgiving football. I worked, but we had probably about like 25 people in my house. My cousins, I have a really big family, a very large extended family as well. And everyone came by, and when we were a bit younger, we used to play this game. It was called Who Done Did It? It's like a murder mystery game where you like turn off the lights and there's a murderer and a sheriff and a nurse. And we hadn't played in like years. So we actually played this past Thanksgiving, and we played for hours. It was so much fun. It's great watching my family and friends that actually came over as well, sort of grow up and have personalities and identities and ideas of their own. We talked politics, we talked sports. I just had an awesome Thanksgiving, so I hope you guys had the same. I can't wait until Christmas. I think we're going to do it all over again for Christmas, so I definitely want to be a part of that. Annie, you have any Thanksgiving stories you want to tell?
Football.
Oh, okay. All right, good. So let's get into this football. Let's start actually with a team that we know and love and are totally confused by, the New York Jets. They actually hosted the Patriots on Thanksgiving and lost 49-19.
They got a big team on Thanksgiving. Stop laughing, Chi-Chi. That's not funny.
They should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed of themselves. Mark Sanchez literally ran into somebody's behind. If you guys haven't seen the video yet.
That should have been like a blooper.
Yeah, it is going to be a blooper from until the end of time. Until the end of time. And now we're looking at, even just consider where we are right now with this Jets team. I didn't necessarily expect them to be undefeated or only have 1 or 2 losses. But to be 4-7, 2-4 at home, Mark Sanchez putting up abysmal numbers. That offensive line still looking very shaky. They can barely run the ball. Sean Green actually, he didn't do such a bad job, but they just, every step of the way, there's something else. There's just something else with this team. They just can't. They just can't. And every time Rex Ryan talks, Rex Ryan doesn't even sound like himself anymore. Have you heard him talk this whole season? He's like, well, we're just going to do the best we can do. It's like, this is not the Rex Ryan that first came in. And I don't necessarily expect him to still be making the same guarantees, especially when, he doesn't have the same talent. But he sounds like a man who just knows that the end is almost here and he just wants to, ride it out. He doesn't even seem as excited about this team. And he shouldn't be. 4-7 to get smacked by the Patriots like that.
And he's even saying he's responsible for everything. He said, I'm responsible for how we play, but this is how we say, I'm also responsible for how we finish, and I'm confident that we'll finish.
What does that even mean? I'm confident that we'll finish. That just means you're confident you'll play 16 games. That's not even a thing. He didn't say, I'm confident that we'll finish well. I'm confident that we'll finish with more wins than losses. He just said, I'm confident that we'll finish.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the season. I'm guaranteed that this is the time. Like, what? I'm guaranteed it's 5:15 p.m. He didn't say anything at all. He really sounds like a man defeated. And, even with the way that he's talking, I'm, sort of just massaging things and not really saying too much. People are still clamoring for Tebow since Mark Sanchez seems so awful. This past game, apparently Tim Tebow had broken ribs, but still suited up. Their third-string quarterback didn't even suit up. So if something did happen to Mark Sanchez, how is Tim Tebow going to go in the game and then play with 2 broken ribs and then be expected to actually perform? Because all that would mean is that he goes in, nobody knew about the ribs. He goes in, plays awful, and then everyone's like, oh, told you Tebow was whack. And then you find out later that he has broken ribs. Shout out to what's the third string? Greg McElroy. Greg McElroy didn't even suit.
According to Ryan, he says he knows. He said, I know Tim was cleared to play, it's just like so funny. He says he refused any painkiller injections before the game. He had a pre-evaluation talk with him, and he underwent pre-game evaluation, and he was okay. So I was like, what?
Yeah, but with his style, and the thing is too, you can play with broken ribs. I mean, I can barely walk on a twisted ankle. We expect so much from these players, as far as pain and tolerance goes. But okay, Tim Tebow can play with broken ribs. I would expect more of that from a guy like Tom Brady. But Tim Tebow's style of play, they say he's an awful practice player, but he gets on the field and he makes things happen. And with his size, that also means that he can take off with his feet and run. You want a guy with 2 broken ribs who, is checking down, doesn't find any open receivers, and then makes a run for it and gets tackled with 2 broken ribs? Who refuses pain medication? Come on.
Why not?
Come on. It's just the whole situation confused me. Tom Brady looks like Tom Brady of old, as he usually does. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
And then Rex Ryan, he's saying that he expects Tim Tebow to be ready to go for the December 2nd game against Arizona.
Expect him to go where? With them on the trip?
That's about it. But he's expecting them to go to be their. We'll see who will really be their backup quarterback. If it's going to be Elroy or it's going to be Tebow.
That's not fair. I feel like at this point, frankly, if Tim Tebow was like, oh, you know what, I can't go, they would have to suit Greg McElroy. They would have to.
And he's their third stringer, right?
Yeah.
Greg?
Yeah. So, I don't know. This whole situation for me was just actually ridiculous. Mark Sanchez didn't have the worst game, but it was also it was just so hard to watch. So hard to watch these guys play. And just continue to lose. And then have Rex Ryan. I'd rather him say, you know what, right now we don't look good. We're not playing well. We're trying to get it together. We're trying to fix this. We're trying to, But he's still saying stuff like, I'm confident we're going to finish.
Make the playoffs and finish and everything else.
No, they're not making the playoffs. Even, remember when Antonio Cromartie earlier, just a couple weeks ago, was like, oh, I guarantee we're going to make the playoffs. Somebody asked him after, I think, this past game, what he thought about his playoff prediction. He was like, right now, I really don't know. So, I mean, clearly when you're 4-7, the Jets have, 5 more games left? There's pretty much no way that they're going to win out. I don't see the Jets winning out. Let me just take a look here and see what their remaining schedule is. And even if they're playing some really bad teams coming up. But
I think they have, all the teams that they play in the next 5 teams, they're, really losing teams. So
yeah, but everybody's a losing team.
I guess that's why Rex Ryan, he's confident because the next 5 teams that we play are losing teams.
Yeah, but that doesn't really say much because the losing team is also looking at the Jets like, oh, nah, y'all, we good. It's a losing team. Like nobody really sounds sound in this. Okay, so let's take a look at the remaining schedule. They have. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay, there we go. They have the Arizona Cardinals on the December 2nd, like you mentioned, and let's just see where is everything all right over there?
Yeah.
Okay. The Cardinals are also 4-7. Then after that, they have the Jacksonville Jaguars, another subpar team. The Jaguars are actually 2-9, but 4-7 and 2-9. That's frankly not too far.
It's not that far.
It's not that much of a difference. And if the Jacksonville Jaguars are looking at their schedule, they're like thinking to themselves, "We can't beat a team that's 10-1. We're probably not going to do that." But we could probably beat this Jets team. Guys, they're only 4-7, and they look awful.
I think everybody's saying that. Even Arizona, they're like, "Oh, there's nothing. We have nothing to worry about."
Exactly.
And,
Tennessee's probably saying the same thing. The Tennessee Titans. Let me find their schedule. Their standings. Tennessee Titans are also 4-7. Then they have the San Diego Chargers, who are, I don't understand anything about that team, also 4-7. And then their final game of the season are the Buffalo Bills. And I thought Buffalo would actually be a lot better this season. I was completely wrong. They're also really 4-7. So 4-7, San Diego, Jets, Tennessee, Buffalo. I mean, none of this is exciting. I mean, if you're a Jets fan, why would you even watch the rest of the season? Not only do they have whack opponents coming up, but they're playing awful football.
And it's crazy because, like, our backup quarterback, Tebow, he has, like, had little impact on the offense.
They haven't let him.
He's been averaging 7 snaps a game, and then he's 6 out of 7 passing for 39 yards. He's rushed 29 times for 87 yards. I mean, he plays personally, like as they say, on special teams, but, I mean, he really hasn't given a chance to be shown, like, the Tim Tebow he really is.
Yeah, I think sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
And then we have Greg over here.
McElroy.
He's like, he missed last season because he had his dislocated thumb, and it's like he hasn't even thrown a pass in a regular season game this year. So this is going to be something really interesting to see who will really actually be playing next week if it's not Mark Sanchez.
It has to be Mark Sanchez. I don't see Rex Ryan remember I was saying he's massaging the situation. Oh, I'm confident we're going to finish. He keeps saying this one phrase. It's literally this one phrase. I think Mark Sanchez gives us the best chance to win. I think Mark Sanchez gives us the best chance to win. I don't see him putting in Tebow as a starter. And like you were even rattling off Tim Tebow's numbers. They put him in for like one play, then he's out of the game. He hasn't been given a series. He hasn't been given a quarter. He hasn't been given a half. So, of course, his numbers are going to be suspect. And, of course, when they do put him in, it's that same stupid play where nobody's really afraid of him actually throwing the ball because they know the Jets, even though they were hiding this wildcat from us in preseason, wouldn't even let the media watch. Watch what? They didn't want us to see what? And I'm not saying this is all on Tony Sparano, their offensive coordinator that they hired in the offseason. But come on, dude. A guy that talented, and I know Tim Tebow is he's a bad practice player, but he's great in game. Well, not great. He's good in games. He can make things happen. I think the Jets, looking at how much money they just gave Mark Sanchez with this extension, would be really upset if they put in Tim Tebow and Tim Tebow outshines Mark Sanchez. And not only that, I think they really only brought I don't think they expected Mark Sanchez to be this bad, so they brought in Tim Tebow to sell seats and to sell merchandise and to make money. Because now it just looks like a publicity stunt. They're not even using him. Now he has broken ribs. You still want him to put on a uniform? Doesn't even make any sense.
And it's like you put him in the uniform to not even play. What was he going to do?
They said he was breathing irregularly on the sidelines. That's the dude you want throwing the ball 40 yards down the field? Are you kidding me? They better start Mark Sanchez, and he better not get hurt. And they better suit Greg McElroy, because I don't want Tim Tebow getting hurt. I'm sorry. He's not the best, but he tries his hardest. He tries as hard as he possibly can, and that's all that you can expect from anybody that does anything. They might not be the best at it, but can we give some credit to what Tim Tebow did last season? They beat the Steelers in the play. I mean, come on.
And then Ryan is saying that we had Tebow in there just as an emergency role, but I mean, what role would his role have been? Like,
which part is the emergency? If you don't have another quarterback, the emergency would be if God forbid, I'm not wishing this on him. If Mark Sanchez gets carted off the field, you have to put in Tim Tebow, and now you're putting him at risk. And knowing his style of play, Tim Tebow's going to try and use his legs. That means he's going to get tackled, and his behind don't slide. He's going to get tackled. He's going to get hit hard. He already has broken ribs. Why don't you just even start Greg McElroy? Are all of your quarterbacks that bad?
Mm-hmm.
And if Mark Sanchez is your top choice?
We have some reevaluating to do. Because like I was telling you, remember, McElroy was out for the whole of last season. And then they're saying, like, even during practice, and abbreviated practice schedule last week, he didn't make any snaps with the first or second team offense during practice.
That sounds so silly.
And he mainly worked with the scout team and tried to help get the Jets defense prepared. It's like he's not even practicing good.
I mean, you don't necessarily expect too much from your third string quarterback, but when your starting quarterback is mediocre at best, when your backup is mediocre at best, then at least they have a third string. I mean, what?
So it's like they don't even have confidence in Greg.
No, not at all. Not at all. And imagine being Greg McElroy, like, oh, okay, Mark is struggling a little bit, it's fine. Oh, no, Tebow has broken ribs, so they're totally going to, I could just wear jeans? You just want me to wear jeans to the game? Don't even bring my uniform with me? Like, what? He could have worn pajamas. He would have never gone to that game. That's just so ridiculous to me.
In the stands with the fans.
He might as well have. He might as well have. And then if Mark Sanchez would have gotten injured and for some reason had to come out of the game, they were going to put a guy in there who was like wheezing, breathing irregularly because his ribs are broken, while friggin' McElroy is like overeating a hot dog on the sidelines, telling jokes to the offense. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, none of that it just doesn't even sound right. And this team, unfortunately, because we like the Jets. We're Giants fans, but we support the Jets unless they're playing the Giants.
Yeah, definitely.
But I don't want to see them fail. But I also wouldn't mind if their record was 4-7, but they were playing really well and everything sort of clicked and made sense. And it was just, small things here and there. It's friggin' everything on this team. It's everything. The defense has gotten worse. The offense has gotten worse. The quarterback has... Let's be clear, though, about Mark Sanchez, because I don't want to say too, I don't want to make it seem so bad. He was never, even when they went to those, in his first 2 years when they went to the AFC Championship game.
He wasn't as bad.
All he had to do was manage the game. All he had to do was not be awful. People make it seem like he put up historic numbers. He didn't.
Maybe Eva Longoria took his mojo. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know.
She should have given it. Damn. Eva?
Though, there's just like some type of women that just come into your life, and like every man's life that they walk into, they just like mess it up. Like, I'm not saying. Maybe,
well, she didn't do it to Tony Parker, but apparently she likes athletes. She might be a Kardashian. She was But no, apparently they broke up too. If you guys didn't know, Eva Longoria and Mark Sanchez, excuse me, you know where that came from. Mark Sanchez were dating. But they're saying after the breakup, they were saying that Eva said that he was always so upset. This is at the start of the season.
Sorry.
No, that he was always so upset, and she couldn't stand being around someone who was always complaining and in a bad mood. So that's why they broke up. Which sounds about right because they're 4-7, so I wouldn't be happy either.
I was about to say, if you are like the quarterback and you feel like that, wouldn't you be upset, JJ?
I'd be upset all the time. I'd be throwing things. I'd be smacking her up. No, I'm just kidding. Don't smack women. Domestic violence is awful. We do not support that on this show.
Or something, I guess.
I don't know what he needs. And the thing is too, Mark Sanchez is in a system right now. When he first came, he had better wide receivers. He had better running backs. He had a better offensive line. He had a better defense. Everything from then has, declined. So for him to still be playing the same type of ball he was playing before, okay, he's still throwing the same ball, but now he's throwing it to people who can't catch. Okay, yeah, he can still hand off the ball, but now he's handing it to someone who can't run. And who doesn't have an offensive line that can make holes for them. Huh?
I'd like to see Plaxico come back for the Jets.
No, he's with the Steelers now?
Oh.
This, I'm so happy because, I don't know if you know, Annie. You must know that I love Plaxico Burress. Yeah. I loved him when he was with the Giants. I never thought they should have let him go. Too bad he had to go to prison. And when he came back and played with the Jets, I was even a fan. Then they wouldn't bring him back.
Too?
Huh?
Money in commissary, right?
Yeah, I put money on his books.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm that kind of person. But I'm surprised, frankly, that it took this long because there are a lot of teams that need wide receivers.
And he's great. He's amazing.
He's amazing. And what he is really, you're not necessarily, throwing a slant with Plaxico Burress, but he's huge and he's a wide receiver. He's a great red zone target. And if you need to score points, if you're a team that can't score, why wouldn't you just throw it up and let the tallest guy jump the highest to catch the ball? I mean, frankly, isn't that really what it comes down to? Especially if this, look at the way the NFL is going. We're protecting the quarterback more, and the game is not only just more driven by offense, but driven by passing. Look at all the records that have been broken over the past couple of years by the Drew Breeses and the Tom Bradys and even the Eli Mannings. This is what we're going through right now. If who else is Mark Sanchez going to throw the ball to? Oh, you're excited about Jeremy Curley? When Plaxico Burress is available? Oh, no. What about Chad Shillings? Come on. I thought they should have brought him back. If for nothing, just to at least try and give yourself that slight edge. I don't see him as like a locker room disturbance. He's not like a TO. But he's definitely good at what he does. So I'm glad that he has a job now. I'm glad that he's back playing, and it's interesting to see him reunited with his former team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, where it all began.
Yeah, that's true. He got drafted to the Steelers, right?
I'm not sure. I believe they drafted him. But I'm just happy to see him back, And Ben Roethlisberger, let's talk about the Steelers for a little bit. Let's switch gears. The Steelers actually are playing with their third-string quarterback. At least he's suiting up, considering.
And they lost to the Browns.
20-14. Big Ben is out with that shoulder, clavicle issue that nobody really understands. And so was their second-string quarterback, Byron Leftwich. So they were left with Charlie Batch, who's played for the team before, who started for the team before. When Ben had injuries. And the Steelers committed 8 turnovers in that game. Charlie Batch had no touchdowns and threw 3 interceptions. The Steelers lost 5 fumbles. And with that said, they only lost by 6 points, which doesn't say too much for the 3-8 Browns.
Wow.
The Steelers played their worst game and only came out losing by 6 points. So that's tough to watch.
It happens.
And Plaxico Burress was in the game. He was targeted twice, but he had no catches and no yards. But I'm sure, but then also think about who was throwing him the ball. It's not Ben Roethlisberger. It's not even Byron Leftwich. It's Charlie Batch. So nobody expected too much from him anyway. So this is his first week back. But I'm excited to see how this will shape up because the Steelers are actually 6-5 and still in that playoff hunt. So hopefully a big bet. They're saying Ben Roethlisberger should be playing this weekend, this Sunday for their next game. So I hope he gets well soon. And that's one of those guys, we talk about playing through injury. Ben Roethlisberger, do you remember last season when he pretty much broke his ankle? And then just, he's always, he was in that motorcycle accident. Every time I turn around, it's a high ankle sprain, it's a knee this, it's a shoulder this, ribs that. But he's, he'll take a week off. And frankly, I'll say this, though. That kind of stuff scares me. This is a man. Let me turn down his music. Hold up. This is a man who plays on an ankle that literally was at
Broken.
at a 90-degree angle, right?
Yeah, almost broken.
And
he
then
was hopping along. You remember?
Right.
Yeah, hopping. His ankle was swollen.
Yeah. So he plays like that. Okay, fine. That's what's up. Wow, that's commitment. Shout out to you for doing that. But then I always wonder about people like that, like with his sort of high pain tolerance. It's like a Brett Favre almost. Like, is there like a pain pill issue?
Oh man.
And then that also correlates with the fact that he literally doesn't take no for an answer. Shout out to the 2 chicks that he allegedly violated.
You gonna give me your numbers? No. What you say?
And then he'll push you in the bathroom stall. He's done it before, allegedly. Allegedly. But anyway, so I've always thought about that with guys like Brett Favre who play hurt, and not just play hurt, because there are some guys who play hurt, like a Ray Lewis who tore his bicep. They're saying that he should be back. That there was supposed to be a season-ending injury. They're saying the way he's going, he might be back before the end of this season.
Nice.
Remember what happened to Adrian Peterson? Tore his MCL and his ACL. Is back running in the league right now and putting up better numbers than anybody.
It's dedication, man.
It's dedication. It's willpower. It's voodoo. It's witchcraft. It's
mind over matter. It's everything.
It's everything. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, listen. Oh, it's a little bit past halftime. Annie, you want to call right back? I'm gonna take a quick break.
Okay, cool.
I don't want to have you on. I don't want to.
Okay.
All right. Cool. All right.
I'll be back.
All right. Bye. All right, guys. So it's halftime at Sports at the Half. Thank you guys for listening. I hope you guys have as much fun as we do, and I hope you guys can tell that we always have fun when we come here. I love talking sports. There was a gentleman who was in here earlier on the previous show, and the host as well was like, "Oh yeah, Chicho has a sports show," and he was like, "Don't take this the wrong way." And then I reared back like, "What you about to say?" And then he was like, "I know nothing about sports." I was like, that doesn't bother me. I mean, I wouldn't take offense to that. But I think we do a good job here as far as, ladies holding it down. It's not just me and Annie. There are other sports shows on the station. And shout out to Stephanie Stepp, by the way, as well. Her show is on Sundays at 3 p.m. And when I first actually started at WHCR, I don't know how many of you listen to both shows or listen to WHCR all the time. But if you ever listen on a Sunday, 3 p.m., you hear Stephanie's, soulful voice. And, but I first started with her when I got here. And I have my own show, which is awesome as well. But, anyway, what was the point of this what was I saying? What am I pressing? Oh, okay, right. Time for a break, right? Okay, so, sorry, guys. So we'll play a couple PSAs. We'll take a little break. We'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll discuss more football. We started with the Jets only because it was so offensive, and it happened first. Let's talk about what the Giants did yesterday. My G-men are awesome. I hope you guys know that. So, yeah, that's what we have coming up next. Thank you guys for tuning in to WHCR 90.3 FM, the official voice of Harlem. Sports at the Half every single Monday at 5 p.m. We like to have fun here.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Man Up in Harlem is a by men for men ministry that focuses on creating positive changes in the Harlem community through prayer and community service. The group hosts a men's empowerment hour every Wednesday at 7 p.m. in the Polo Grounds House and Community Room, and a weekly prayer walk every Thursday morning in several locations. At the prayer walk, members pray together in a football-style huddle about community issues. Man Up in Harlem's slogan is "Don't talk about it, be about it." If you'd like to join a prayer walk, meet at 6 a.m. at the 155th subway station for the Polo Grounds House Walk, or at the Dunkin' Donuts at 126 in Amsterdam for the Grand House Walk. For more information, please check out www.manupharlem.org.
With today's unpredictable economy, it's become quite strenuous for millions of jobless Americans to keep their heads above water. Yet as strenuous as it is for the average American, what about the formerly incarcerated American? Well, this is just how strenuous it can be. Recent national surveys indicate that the unemployment rate among the formerly incarcerated 1 year after release may be as high as 60%. However, fortunately, there's Fortune Society. For nearly half a century, the Fortune Society has proudly assisted formerly incarcerated men and women in the New York City area. The Fortune Society's initiatives include housing, education, employment, and substance abuse treatment, which have reinvigorated the lives of many. If you or a loved one have recently been released from prison and are actively seeking to fully reintegrate into society, visit fortunesociety.com for more information.
Each year, 650,000 individuals are released from jails and prisons across America. There's a 67% chance that they'll be incarcerated again within 3 years. While this is a big problem, there's an even bigger solution: education. Education is the most effective response to crime, and College Initiative works to make college a realistic goal for formerly incarcerated New Yorkers. College Initiative works to help formerly incarcerated individuals to become stabilizing forces in their communities and advocates towards working for a safer New York. For more information, visit www.collegeinitiative.org.
Yes, that was a much needed breath is really the word. Anyway, much needed breath, much needed break on another edition of Sports at the Half. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Again, if you guys are interested in talking to us, feel free. The number is 212-650-6903. Again, that's 212-650-6903. We're going to switch gears and stop talking about losers and talk about winners. And by winners, I mean my G-men. My Giants looked good. Did you guys watch that game last night? Did you see Eli Manning? Looking like Eli Manning of old. Did you see OC? Looking like he still has legs? Did you guys see that? Did you see JPP doing the most? Did you see Aaron Rodgers running for his life? No, seriously, literally, he was running for his life. It was actually, it was kind of scary. But no, the Giants played last night. Let me pick up this phone. Hold on. Annie, is that you?
What if it wasn't me now? I was like, no, this is Bob. This is Rex Ryan for talking about my team.
I would invite him into the studio. You know how I feel about Rex Ryan. Sexy Rex. And he's lost all that weight. He is looking dapper.
Or if it was Mark Sanchez, I'd be like, this is Sanchez, and I'm already angry, and my girlfriend left me, which makes me angrier. And then you talk about my team and that we're losers.
Yeah, well,
angrier.
Well, Mark, that's not my fault. Sorry, Mark. You know what, Mark? In order to make this happy for you, Eddie, what are you doing back there?
Nothing.
That was so suspicious.
I know.
I would tell. You know what I would tell Mark Sanchez? I would say, you know what? I'll tell you exactly where the station is. Come here. Let's go shop this thing out. Let's buy me a house. Let's buy me some clothes. I don't have my license
therapy,
yet,
right?
but you can get retail therapy. You can buy me a car, and we'll talk about this. That's what I would tell him. But yeah, like I was saying, instead of talking about losers and stuff, which is, which sucks. Sometimes I feel bad about that. You're right, Annie, because, at least I just get up here and I talk on the radio, and then if people don't like it, they just change the station. Nobody's blogging about me and how terrible I am. I'm not under that kind of scrutiny.
I'm just saying. Hello? Knock. Anybody there?
Are you serious? People are blogging about how awful I am?
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was about to say, if you know something, you better tell me now. But let's switch gears and talk about how the Giants faced the Green Bay Packers, who came into East Rutherford and loused. The Giants.
It was like a it was like a last year playoff rematch.
Yeah.
I mean, they already smacked them last year, and then it's just like double smack.
Yeah. Remember last year too, actually earlier this season, I don't remember who it was who plays for Green Bay. It was like, the Giants didn't beat us. We didn't play our best games. We beat ourselves. It's like, okay, that would make
Was it
sense.
Greg Jennings that said that?
No, it was no, I don't think so.
Okay. Maybe it was
I'll figure it out.
Important.
But they said that, and then I'm sure the Giants, remember when they said that earlier in the season, came into this game thinking, we beat you last year, we can definitely do it again. The Giants looked amazing, and Green Bay got shut out in the second half of the game. The final score was 38-10.
And that score happened, the first touchdown happened so fast.
Yeah, so fast.
I was just like, what?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I was excited, though, because remember what happened? The Giants scored, and then Green Bay scored right back. And Green Bay scoring looked easier.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how sometimes I feel when I'm watching these games when we play. And I don't want to make it seem like Green Bay is like the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're not. They're one of the elite teams in the NFL. But the Giants are like making their way down the field, like play by play, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. Sometimes you see guys like Aaron Rodgers throw the ball. Next thing you know, it's 1st and goal. It just sometimes seems so easy for other teams. And that's why I think that sort of inconsistency comes for the Giants, where it's like you kind of never know what's going to happen. But this game was great.
Well, and then also like the Packers, they were missing a lot of their key players too. Like the starters like Clay Matthews, Charles Woodson was gone, Greg Jennings, and so it showed.
Yeah.
They were manhandled for the second time last year, and you remember they had like almost they had a perfect score basically, right? They went with no losses, and then they lost to the Giants.
Oh, right, yeah, right. I think they went to 13-0 if I'm not mistaken before.
Yeah, it was something like that. And then we just smacked the crap out of them.
Yeah,
which was lovely.
The Giants were actually able to get great pressure, and that's the thing that's sort of been missing. If you guys remember, the past couple of weeks, the Giants have actually looked really suspect. And I say this all the time about this team that I love so much. The Giants are consistently inconsistent. Do you know what I mean? Like they'll smack the crap out of a team like Green Bay, who's a really great team, but then they'll lose to the Cincinnati Bengals. Do you know what I mean? Or it's just something like that to kind of get you kind of thinking like, and kind of has your season up in the air. They have shown though, usually in the month of December, that's really when they get hot. And with those first 2 losses that they had in November, everyone's talking about the same thing that's been happening over the past couple of seasons. The Giants start with a great record, 6-2, lose 4 or 5 in a row, or something crazy like that. And it's happened actually the past couple of years. So when they lost to Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh was a good team, but the Giants were in that game. And when they got smacked by the Cincinnati Bengals 31-13, it's like, oh my God, is this another dreadful November? And I think that bye week really helped. And remember, the hurricane came around that time as well. People don't like to admit it, but I'll say this. The hurricane affects you in different ways. I was off of work for 2 weeks and considered not going back because I enjoyed my time off. So, you know what I mean? So, I mean, sometimes you just don't want to go to work. Sometimes you had so much time off, I mean, well, that was my own issue. But, your family is flooded and,
millions of people and fans and an organization depending on you.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, like, we had our cousins, their house had no power in Jersey. They had to come stay with us for, like, almost a week, which was fine by us because we have the space. But imagine if you have more space. And instead of, like, just 3 or 4 people coming to stay with you, it's, like, 15, 20. There was a lot of devastation. Like, the death rate wasn't as high, but the destruction was awful. So I think that bye week really just came at the best time for the Giants. They looked like they were rejuvenated. They looked refreshed. They looked like the way we want the Giants to look every single week. Just like that.
Even Eli got to rest his arm because you remember they said he had like a tired arm.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Well, but you know what? That even with you saying that, that's true because they did say that maybe his arm was a little tired. But he did say that when he came back to practice after the rest, that he felt like the ball was coming out faster and. So maybe he was a bit tired. Maybe it wasn't as bad as we made it seem. But maybe there was a little fatigue there. And it is week 12. You know, a lot of some teams had their bye week in week 7. You know, he's been throwing for.
Football's almost over.
I know.
Okay.
But who else? Oh, shout out to Ahmad Bradshaw, who ran wild, 10 carries, 58 yards. Oh, okay.
Shout out to Martellus Bennett, who grabbed the falling fan after the Giants game.
Oh, that was funny. I heard that story. Tell it, Annie. Do you know the story?
Well, apparently all I know is he caught a fan that was falling from the stands.
Okay, so let me tell you guys what happened.
I don't know if the fan was drunk or what happened. Maybe you can tell me.
Probably that's number one. But Martellus Bennett, apparently he was leaving the field. I guess he was going to throw his gloves up into the stands for some kids that were there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kids are all excited, Martellus, Black Unicorn. And so he throws up his gloves. Some adult, probably a drunk adult by that point in the game, tried to catch the gloves and fell. And Martellus was thinking, oh, snap. But then said he was going to do the superhero thing. And so he caught the dude, but they both ended up falling. But thank God he wasn't hurt. I mean, thank God the fan wasn't hurt. We've seen fan deaths and people falling from stands all the time. I'm assuming this one wasn't that high. Plus, you have a large black man catching you. But yeah, even Martellus Bennett, I'm glad to see it because, you know, he used to play for the Dallas Cowboys. So I was not a fan at all. But now that he's here in New York, it's a completely different ball game. And Eli Manning is a great quarterback. Hakeem Nicks had a great game, 5 catches, 77 yards. Ahmad Bradshaw, who's catching the ball more, two receptions for 61 yards. Martellus Bennett, 3 for 44. Victor Cruz, who's been dropping everything that comes his way.
I thought he catches everything that comes his way.
He used to do that.
He has?
Yeah, right. He used to do that.
He lied to us.
We have been hoodwinked and bamboozled. This is, but the Giants were actually able to run the ball well as well. So shout out to Ahmad Bradshaw. But with that said, what's his face? Okay, so I was on Twitter last night. I don't tweet as much as I used to.
I know.
But I'm watching the game. It was the fourth quarter, and I'm thinking this game is like put away. No one's scoring. It's 38-10, and of course that Green Bay team can be explosive and make it close, but I don't see that happening. So I'm thinking, in my head, I don't even want Eli in the game. I don't want our starters in the game. Throw everybody else in the game. They probably lose it for us, but whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to see Andre. Okay, no.
Brown?
Okay, yeah, because there was a play, he carried the ball, then he gets up, and he's limping off the field. Like, sort of just, you know, like hobbling a little bit. And I tweeted, I don't like seeing Andre Brown still in the game, especially this late with the Giants being up by 28. Later on that evening, I find out he wasn't just limping off the field. He broke his leg. He broke his fibula. He's out for the season. Yeah. He's out for the rest of the season. Little Andre Brown, who's so explosive, has such great speed. Oh, I feel so bad for him. I feel so bad for him.
He was...
Oh. 13 carries, 64 yards.
That's what it sounds like, Chi-Chi. You like to nurse him
like a little baby. Aww. No, but you know, he's actually, you know, he's had some ups and downs, but he's really tried to get it together, and I really respect him for that, and for him to see him go out like that. And literally, I tweeted it. I swear I tweeted it. I don't like seeing Andre Brown in the game, with the Giants being up 28 points, especially this late in the fourth quarter. What happens next? He hobbles off the field, and then turns out he broke his leg. So he's gone. The Giants still have some semblance of a running game. Ahmad Bradshaw is still there. David Wilson.
Yeah, I want to say we have to depend on our rookie first-round pick, David Wilson.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
Interessante. Yeah, but the Giants looked great yesterday. I'm really excited. You know, it's been a while since we've been able to say that. Not only with the first 2 losses or the last 2 losses, but through the bye week, all you could think about was something else. Oh, and shout out to Eli Manning. Did you see when the hole opened up and he ran with the ball and you're thinking he's going to slide, but he lowers his shoulder? Oh,
that's what he said.
I was like, I was like, yo, Eli is a G. Eli is a G. Oh, and shout out to OCU Manura, who had the sack fumble on Aaron Rodgers, and then also shout out to Jason Pierre-Paul, who was able to pick it up, who was able to actually recover the ball. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so the Giants are playing well. I'm really excited about this team. Up next, and I think this Green Bay win was actually really good for them, because up next they have the Washington Redskins, whose record
doing their thing.
Well, they're 5-6, so their record kind of
better.
But RG3 is playing well, and you can never count out a team with a quarterback like him. So I think this Green Bay win, considering the fact that they were able to beat a team as great as Green Bay, that maybe when they play Washington, they won't, sort of play down to the competition. Let's switch over to a little bit of we don't have much time left. Colin Kaepernick started in favor of I'm drawing a blank. This is what everyone's gonna say because he's never gonna get back on the field. What's his name?
Alex Smith.
Oh, thank you. I'm like Aaron. Okay.
Aaron Rodgers.
I have no idea where I was going with that. But yeah, shout out to Colin Kaepernick, who's a second-year player and has been, sort of involved in the team the past couple of weeks. But when Alex Smith went down with the concussion, they restarted him. He's won his first 2 games. The question actually was whether or not, since Alex Smith actually passed the concussion test for yesterday, he could have played. But head coach Jim Harbaugh was like, ooh, no, I think I'm going to go with the hot hand, and started Kaepernick, and Kaepernick played great. It's good to see a nice young quarterback sort of doing his things with a huge arm and great feet. So the Saints are now 8-2. I'm sorry, the 49ers are now 8-2. The Saints are 5-6. Who else? Okay, let's just quickly do this rundown so we can get to some basketball.
Ray Rice.
Oh, shout out to Ray Rice.
4-29. That's like his new name. I'm seeing all over like Twitter and stuff.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
I'm seeing.
The Ravens actually were able to beat the Chargers by in overtime, 16-13. With that,
they're saying should North Turner be fired?
Yeah, everyone's always calling for North Turner's job. They've been calling for his job for like the past 6 years. Nothing ever happens. The Chargers they kind of start well. They have like an average season. They don't make the playoffs. They don't play well in the playoffs. I mean, that team is just, yeah, he should be fired. But every year we have this conversation. Should North Turner still be here? And every time I turn around, his behind is still here. The Rams beat the Cardinals 31-17. The Broncos beat the Chiefs 17-9. The Chiefs are now 1-10. Yo, we think the Jets are bad. Yeah. The Dolphins beat the Seahawks 24-21. The Indianapolis Colts beat the Bills 20-13. We already talked about the Browns and the Steelers. The Bengals beat the Raiders. That Raiders team is so suspect, 34-10. And the Bears actually beat up on the Vikings as well, 28-10. And that final touchdown, or that even 28-10 sounds close, considering how well the Bears played. But Jay Cutler looked good in his return. And then of course we already talked about that. The Cowboys tried to beat up the Redskins, but that didn't work. The Redskins actually beat the Cowboys 38-31. I like when my division opponents go up against each other, injure each other, and then come back tired the next week. The Texans are 10-1. They beat up on the Lions. They beat the Lions 34-31. And tonight, Monday Night Football seems so whack this season. We had the 2-8 Panthers versus the 3-7 Eagles.
At 7:30 p.m.
And I'm not going to be watching that, Annie. Annie, I'm not watching that.
I'm just setting the alerts on my phone, actually. So, like, if there's a red zone alert, that's about it. I'm not going to watch it either.
No. You know what I'm going to be watching? The New York Knicks going into Brooklyn for the first time? Oh, to play the Nets, dog! Oh! It's exciting!
I wish you would be. Are you there?
No, I'm not going. I'm just trying to.
I'm not excited anymore.
No, but they're playing each other in a couple of weeks or like next month as well. So I'll go to some game. But actually, I just tried to divide up the schedule. The
Knicks are 9-3, and they're second to to Miami. Miami's 10-3.
Ooh.
And Brooklyn is third, 8-4. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's the surprising part to me. Yeah, because I didn't necessarily expect as much from that team. I'll be very honest. I didn't. I mean, I thought they looked good on paper, but of course, until you see them, sort of coming together, But I think they've really rallied after sort of a shaky sort of start. They look a lot better now, and I'm excited. And everyone's talking about the battle for New York, and the rivalry. It's not a rivalry yet. They haven't even played each other. This team just got here. This is a brand new team. The only reason why it's a rivalry is because they share the same airspace. That you can take one train, you can take the 2 train from Madison Square Garden to the Barclays Center. That's the only reason why.
Yeah.
So,
and then on the Western Conference side, Memphis is number 1. The Spurs are number 2, and OKC is number 3. OKC in the house.
Yeah, not bad so far. So I'm excited about this. This should be interesting tonight, at least, to see how well this will work out for these teams that clearly everyone's really talking about and really interested in. We have some other games. Some other games tonight. New Orleans Hornets are facing the Clippers. Denver's at Utah. Charlotte's at OKC. Cleveland's at Memphis. Villanova. That's not a thing. Milwaukee is at Chicago. Portland is in Detroit. And frankly, I'm sorry, that Monday Night Football game sounds so awful that I won't even watch it. Michael Vick isn't even playing. They have their backup play. Just a mess all around. The only thing that matters tonight is that at 7 p.m., the New York Knicks are going to Brooklyn for the first time. Who's going to come out on top? Are the Brooklyn fans going to make a lot of noise, or are there going to be more?
Well, no, okay, I'll keep that.
Or are they going to be more Knicks fans than anything? Interesting.
What is
We'll
Spike
see.
Lee going to do? I really want to know what Spike Lee's going to do. This is going to be interesting.
I'm excited. I can't wait. And the next show that's coming up also can't wait. Up next, we have Inside Housing with Nellie Hester Bailey. Thank you guys so much for listening to another edition of Sports at the Half. Every single Monday at 5 p.m., we're here, and we talk sports, and we're ladies, and we love it. Bye.
Bye, Chi-Chi.
Bye, Boo. See you later.
If you or someone you know is receiving federal benefits from Social Security, Veterans Affairs, Railroad Retirement Board, Office of Personnel Management, or the Department of Labor, This message is for you. The Treasury Department is phasing out paper check payments and requiring federal benefit recipients to get their money electronically. You can choose to get your payments by direct deposit to a bank, credit union, or
tick tick life. Tick tick life. Tick tick life. You gotta go through sometimes. Manuscripts, they show us the story. Life is hard, and art is just like this hook. Spirits create and symbols fulfill the book. I believe, 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 you're the man, I believe it, I believe.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Inside Housing. I'm your host and producer, Nellie Hester Bailey, along with our board operator, Hydra Worley, here in the studios of WHCR 90.3 FM on your dial. Welcome to the program. That track that you heard coming into the show, that was by let's see, we have it right here. Sophia Loren Coffey. And that was I Believe. That was I Believe. And she is here in the studios with us, this wonderful, talented singer. And not only that, she is an entrepreneur. She makes jewelry. And I can tell you, ladies from all over Harlem talks about these wonderful earrings that she makes. They're very unique, very original. And today, what we're going to do, we're going to take a look at Harlem, this young, bright talent that is in Harlem. And as you can see, or rather, as you could hear, this versatile young woman is a singer, gifted singer, obviously. She writes lyrics, she plays music, and she is one of the young folks, one of many, who is making this Harlem Renaissance from the ground, not the top down, from the bottom up, so special. And so we have her here in the studio with us, Sophia Loren Coffey. Welcome to the program.
Oh,
Beautiful track.
Thank you so much, House of Bailey.
Well, thank you so much for being here. So why don't you talk a little bit about what you're doing in your music and how you see this new Harlem, and obviously how you're fitting into this renaissance of young talent such as yourself.
Well, I was born and raised on the south side of Chicago. And I decided to come to Harlem about 8 years ago. And surprisingly, Harlem opened their arms and really, really welcomed me in. I find it very southern here, and my roots are from the South. My daddy's from Mississippi. Most of us migrated from the South to Harlem, St. Louis, Detroit, Chicago, South Side. So it kind of feels comfortable here. Every once in a while, I can hear my accent throughout the community. Usually the elders, the young people have their own accent, So I feel comfortable here in Harlem, and I'm a liberal artist. I graduated from Columbia in Chicago, and it's a school of the arts. They specialize mainly in film and radio. And I came here, and I feel like it's just a beautiful place where you can just really just be whoever you want to be and people just really they don't care. They whoever you say you are, they welcome you, and you know it's different. It's different from Chicago a little. It's a little bit more free as far as art.
Well, how long have you been here in Harlem?
I've been in Harlem 8 years now.
8 years.
It feels like yesterday, though. It really does feel like yesterday. And then on top of that, when I first got to New York, I kind of didn't know how to make money because I didn't realize, oh, okay, well, I can do the earring thing. I got a tour. As soon as I got here, I started working at the equity office, and I started. I would help other people audition, but I would audition myself. Then I would leave for 2-3 months and do show and stay on the road with Theater Works USA or go to Colorado and do a show. And then one day I was on the road and I said, when I come back, I'm not leaving. I always wanted to live here. I'm gonna try it, and then I did, and so I've been here consistently for a while.
So tell us about your work in the theater and your work as a composer, not only here in the States, but also in Europe, and how you have toured with Broadway musicals abroad. And so, because we want our audience to know the full extent, the breadth, and the depth of your wonderful, very talented career.
Well, I've been on the road a while. I started out at the Black Ensemble Theater with Jackie Taylor in Chicago. Jackie Taylor has a brand new, beautiful, I don't know how many millions of dollars it is, but it's big, it's beautiful. She's my mentor. She taught me a lot, from how to design a press release to how to build a costume. And I just wanted to spread my wings and fly. So I flew around the world for a minute. I went to Europe and around the United States. And but my dream was always to come to New York. And I figured it would be Harlem because to me, that looked more like Sesame Street than anything, because I started my goals early. When I saw Sesame Street, I said, I'm going to go there, wherever that is. And I was like,
you wanted to be in the land of Big Bird?
I did. I was like, I'm going to see. And I saw everybody. I see them right here in Harlem. I see Oscar, the Grouch. I see everybody. Everybody is really here. They really are real. So, I'm comfortable here.
What was your attraction? You talked about New York. What was your attraction to Harlem? What did that mean for you as a young person sort of growing up, and then as you matured into your career and your desire to be here in New York? And what was the driving force to be here in Harlem?
Harlem's famous all over the world.
That is true.
So if you grow up inside of Harlem, you kind of don't know. I did not grow up here, so I know something that y'all don't know. I remember being like 17 years old, and Gwendolyn Brooks' daughter, Nora Brooks Blakely, and Larry Nance, and a few of these young artists in Chicago would do shows at a college. I can't think of the name because some things are deleted out of my brain, my computer system. But there's a college in the middle of the south side of Chicago, and we did this play called Everybody Goes to Harlem. And I remember, and this is, I'm just now thinking about this stuff. And I played a young lady who came to Harlem from the South, bumped into another Southerner, and we had all these adventures, and we were bootleggers, and the police would come in, and we'd turn the tables over, and it would be, the liquor would go down, and the Bible would be on top, and the officers would come in and say, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to mess up your service, and we, amen, it's all, amen. Just different plays like that, and I think in your subconscious, you hear of this famous place, and then you're like, one day I'm going to go. But I really did it. I really said one day I'm going to go, and I really went. One day, I made up my mind. I bought my ticket, and I was gone.
Yeah, so how does the real Harlem living here compare to your image of Harlem that you've just talked about? How would you juxtapose the two?
Okay, it's not as bad as it has a reputation for. As far as, when you see Law and Order and the opening credits come up and boom, boom, there's a dead body in Washington Heights and Harlem. There's no real dead bodies necessarily in Harlem or Washington Heights. I'm sure there are, but it's not the way it's perceived on television. Television has you so afraid of Harlem. Then you have another myth going on in Harlem, meaning regentrification, where they're trying so hard to sell real estate. They're telling, others, that, black people are leaving, which is not true. They're trying to sell real estate. So then the white people get here and they're just like, it's so black. And, it takes them about 3 or 4 years to realize it's probably not going to change before they move back out. So I'm watching this whole shift change. I do see the gentrification coming, but it's not sticking, like they kind of are hoping it would stick. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful here. I think the people are amazing. I'm in love with Harlem. I think that Harlem kidnaps you and gets a hold on you, a spiritual hold on you, because there's something here spiritually beautiful. That's just it's like I could be walking down the street, right, and I hear singing, and I'm like, where is that coming from? And it's Mary Mary in front of the state office building, or Smokey Norfolk over at Marcus Garvey Park, or Mary J. Blige over at Jackie Robinson Park, and it's all free, and you could just walk, and I'm just like, I love it here.
Let's talk about something that many young people, as well as some of the elders, talk about, that people can find their own way economically, that they can be independent entrepreneurs. But it's very rare despite all of that, and we have vendors on 125th Street, as you well know, that one is successful at this entrepreneurial venture. Times are hard. A lot of working people don't have money. And so to make that dream, that desire, a reality, and getting out there and taking the risk. And these are my products. Particularly in your case, what is so amazing is the uniqueness of the jewelry that you make. And you have to talk about that in terms of the design and the musical aspect of your design. But how do you find and how do you sustain your independent business venture in a way that is economically fruitful for you?
Well, there's a book, and I call this man my father, but he's not my father. He's just my friend. He's also from the south side of Chicago. His name is Ben Armstead. Everybody knows Ben and Gail Armstead. They're completely famous. They're completely famous. He sells this book. Every metaphysical book I've gotten from this man, and I always tell him, you don't read none of the books you sell because they're real good. You should really read them. But I got a book called The Greatest Salesman in the World. That book is a must read. So go get it from him on 125th Street in front of Victoria 5 if you can find him. But it talks about the laws of averages. If you ask 100 people to buy your product, you're more than likely going to have at least 20 sales, 15 sales. If you ask 2 people, that's not okay. So it's mainly about the laws of averages. And when you're talking about New York, your laws of averages have skyrocketed because it's crowded here. It
right,
is
the population density, which makes it an almost market feel for you, just in terms of numbers.
Yes, and I like it, and a lot of people are like, New York's too crowded. I can't do it. But at the same time, when you're trying to sell product, this is where you come. And Harlem and every other place has tourists that come through. So your laws of average are really on your side if you just really get out there with your product. If your product is unique, if it's something that people haven't really seen before, they think that something about it is special, you've taken it up to another level. So now your laws of averages are even greater because they're like, I'm an earring fanatic. I've never seen earrings like this. My earrings all mainly have a treble clef, a music note, a G clef, because I am a musician, and I was meditating and praying to the Creator about what I was going to do, because being an American makes you feel so, you just get in a box, which is crazy. That's why, when I first got a liberal arts degree from Columbia, I didn't like the liberal arts. I wanted to be theater and radio, and I wanted to say it. But God knew better. Liberal arts is what I do. I am truly a liberal artist, and I didn't want to be spread out. So all of a sudden, I got downloaded the image of the music note, and I just felt the Spirit of God say, put this inside of your work. Once you put this inside of your work, it makes you unique. Now, on accident, it truly was an accident, or it was just God, I branded myself. So now, when everybody sees a treble clef earring, they go, Sophia Loren Coffee. I know her.
Absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact, a very interesting story. As we were coming in to the studio here, the young woman who does the sports program, Chi Chi, was coming out, and she said, "Oh, I know you. You're the earring lady."
Yeah, I met her at Chet Wyatt's Harlem for Obama event when we were together when Obama won. We partied all night, so we ain't gonna forget each other. And she bought earrings. Everybody bought earrings that night. And I Harlem for Obama bought a whole bunch of Obama earrings. The Obama earrings are just beautiful, different images that I lay on wood and put a liquid glass over. And then, of course, the treble clef is on top, and maybe I put like a gemstone right on top of the image. And then they run around the city, and it's subliminal, it's what I can do for the campaign. But Harlem for Obama bought all of them. When I was turning them out, they bought all of them, and then they sold them. So shout out to Harlem for Obama.
So let's talk about your new venture that's coming up. This it's not a play. It really is a TV episode.
It's a TV episodic, and we're going to start shooting in 2 weeks.
Talk about it. Start with the genesis of it.
I won't say the title because it's not copywritten, and I feel personally that it's genius.
Right.
So we won't say the title.
Well, tell us a little bit about it.
It's a beautiful story of an African-American family who has transferred from the south side of Chicago, coming here to Harlem, and there are a lot of secrets. The very first episode it stars Tina Jetters and Marshall Davis, and we know Marshall. His father is Guy Davis. His grandparents are Ruby Dee and Ozzie Davis, and he couldn't be here tonight, but he was supposed to come. They are playing these young kids, 14 and 16 years old. They're in detention, and the truth is she's been kind of escaping through the Chicago public school system. She cannot read. She's not an avid reader, so he discovers that he's the only one in the room when this is found out. And I think it's a beautiful story of edutainment. It's just edutainment because it's entertaining, but it's educating. She's 14 years old, and she's been able to hide this for her entire life, and now she's in school here in Harlem, and she's afraid that it's going to unfold her secret. And it's going to be beautiful, because we're going to deal with every issue. We're going to deal with, and we need a lot of actors in it, so it's going to create jobs. We need teachers, we need, principals, we need parents, and we need kids. So everybody's involved in this project, and it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a cult classic.
Well, you perhaps mentioned this before, that the grandson of Ossie Davis is also part of your project.
He's the star.
He's the star,
and
yeah.
he's
Guy
a co-star.
Davis
his Guy Davis' son, and Tina
Dorothy.
Jetters is she's her mother's my agent. Her mother's been my agent for years, and I first employed her when she was 8 years old. This young lady is phenomenal. She's now 16. She'll be playing a 14-year-old, but she at 8 years old, I was doing a play called "Shaking the Mess Out of Misery." I produced it at New Eurekan Poets Cafe. And I remember when the lead would not come in, I would ask this 8-year-old to read the lead's part. And I said to myself, if this 8-year-old was not 8, she would have the lead. So I'm going to put the play back out. She will be playing the lead now that she's 16. She's still way too young to be the lead, but she's going to do it.
So how can folks get in touch with you, and where can they find you in Harlem for these beautiful earrings? So what contact information do you want to give out to our listeners?
Should I give out my phone number, or should
I think you
scary?
should do whatever you are comfortable
well,
with.
I'm from the south side of Chicago. I'm going to give my number out. I wish somebody would. I'll hang up. Okay, so 773, of course, is my area code. I'm going to keep it forever. And my phone number is 773-209-1893. And you can just call me flat out, 773-209-1893. Call me. It's Christmas time, so it's better just to call to catch up with me. I usually meet all my clients at Starbucks on it's right across from State Office Building. What's that one?
125th and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard.
That's where I usually meet all my clients.
So let's see here. Do you have an email?
I do.
Okay,
It's
so
my name.
Okay,
at
so
Gmail.
why don't you do the whole thing?
My name is Sophia Loren Coffee, and it's spelled SOPHIALORENCOFFEE. Sophia Loren Coffee at gmail.com.
Okay, folks. Now, what we want to tell you, our listening audience, if you want to buy Christmas gifts, you don't want to get that stuff at Macy's and all of those other places.
They're made in China.
You want to get something unique. You want to get something that represents the Black entrepreneurial spirit and most importantly, your support of it. And what better way to do that than to buy these wonderful earrings? And do you also have CDs that are available?
Yeah, I have a
yeah,
CD.
come on, girl. Let's get out here and do this.
17 original songs. I got what you need. You know, love, neo soul. What do you want? I got it on one CD. It's it's my name, Sophia Loren Coffee, and it's beautiful. I would like to say my CD. It's actually a compilation of work that I've done over the years, and I finally said, let me just put this compilation together. And who helped me was a friend of mine named Steve Wallace, and I have a lot of producers on there, from a dude named Mr. Johnson to Viesta to of course Steve Wallace. And The Wiz. I can't believe I almost forgot The Wiz. And everybody has pulled together to help me. And I thank everybody for everything they've done.
Well, we thank you very much for coming in and sharing this with us. We hope you come back again. And we want you to know that lead song, that track that you heard as we were coming in, that's I Believe by Sophia Loren Coffee. And as a matter of fact, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to let you hear some more of this incredible, beautiful music. And we're going to come back, and when we come back, we're going to have our next guest on the line, and we're going to talk a little bit about the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. So stay tuned. And then later on, at the bottom half of the hour, we're going to have none other than Harlem's own Herb Boyd, who's going to be here. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff, including what's going on in Harlem. We also, I'm sure, have a post-election analysis. It's a lot more to come, so stay tuned to Inside Housing. I'm your host and producer, Nellie Hester Bailey, along with our board operator, Hydra Worley, here in the studios of WHCR Radio 90.3 FM on your dial, the voice of Harlem Radio. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Get up, get down. Well, it's been a while since I cleaned my house. I got a reason to tell my sweetie stop by. It'll be a couple days till my next check. And I gotta do what I gotta
Okay, folks, we're back on the air here, and again, we want to talk about this incredible talent that we have here in the studio. And you were listening to "I Believe" by Sophia Loren Coffin. She was here in the studio with us, and we just concluded that interview. Now, folks, we're going to bring on Aton Edwards. He is director of the International Preparedness Network, and he's going to bring us up to date on the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. Hello, Mr. Edwards. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Sis Feast. I'm glad to be back.
Oh, okay. So tell us, what's going on now? What is it that the public need to be aware of? We know, unfortunately, with some of the public housing tenants, some of the units and complexes still do not have electricity. We have yet to hear anything in the aftermath report and reporting of any of the health issues that were indicative of this Hurricane Sandy. We've yet to hear anything. So can you start with the latter first? What are some of the health issues that are unfortunately still with residents in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy?
One of the major issues is that we have people that are still without power, and they've been hit pretty hard with a lot of the illnesses that they had were exacerbated because they didn't have, like, a lot of diabetics weren't able to get insulin, and a lot of asthmatics weren't able to get albuterol and the other things that they need to deal with their maladies. So they are kind of in a recovery phase. A lot of seniors that needed special medications for a long period of time, they weren't able to get it until some of the volunteers from Occupy Sandy and other groups would bring them some of the things that they need. But really, right now, depending on which neighborhood that you go to in Far Rockaway, it's the recovery effort and people trying to pick up the pieces of their lives. A lot of their homes were destroyed. People's homes that were flooded, they don't have clothes. The clothes were contaminated by the flood waters. They don't have jobs anymore. A lot of people lost their jobs. They have no income. They have no the resources are limited. So it's really, really a major, major problem. It's a catastrophe on top of one catastrophe ends and then another begins, which is the pickup efforts, the cleanup, the recovery, the lives that have been, lost in terms of, the productive lives. They're people whose businesses have been shattered, people whose families have been split up because they don't have places to live. So it's a lot of stuff, Sis, and it's going to be going on for quite some time. And, the money hasn't really started to flow yet in terms of some of the cleanup jobs that were promised by Governor Cuomo. They're doing the best that they can to get those jobs and things online for people to have something to look forward to. But right now, it's a very bleak situation for hundreds of thousands of people.
Hundreds of thousands of people. Can you give us more information on that? Because even though one is able to see via the media, particularly television, the devastation, but you can't see it in its entirety because you would have to pull all of these various neighborhoods together, but it's pretty devastating, and we know that some homes have to be demolished, and they are talking about that is going to be a job creation program. But we haven't heard, at least for me, a comprehensive report on the dislocation and the displacement. We heard a little bit about it. FEMA is willing to pay up to $1,800 a month for, I think, maybe perhaps over a year. They are talking about bringing in FEMA trailers, but we saw the disaster of that in Haiti, where they brought in trailers that was laced with formaldehyde. So how is this working out so that FEMA isn't caught out as it was in Hurricane Katrina? Is that an issue that we should be concerned about, or is this a new day?
Well, I can't say this for FEMA in this instance, that, ever since the George Bush debacle with Michael Brown, the former director of FEMA, that there have been improvements that that really have improved the status of FEMA that will prevent certain things from occurring again. I mean, really, it's about whatever resources are available to be split between so many people that are in need. And especially when you talk about communities like Red Hook that were already in need before the actual hurricane hit it, where there were no jobs for the people. There were the health, the quality of health was poor. A lot of things were wrong with Red Hook before the hurricane hit, and when after the hurricane hit, it was exacerbated by that. So, it's really about allotment of the resources and splitting them up in ways that benefit the people who have been the victims of this. And if there's anything that I can say to your listeners is that it's up for them to fill in gaps where the government cannot. The communities have to come together to help New Yorkers recover from this. They have to come together to try to fight for their fellow New Yorkers and to help them with to get the resources, to go out to Far Rockaway and places and lend a helping hand. It's funny. I'm actually helping someone to have just to give you a perfect example, a former New Yorker. I don't know if your listeners are familiar with the television show Living Single. Used to be on Fox. I know that they're probably familiar with In Living Color, or even some of the other things like Frasier. But one of the stars of Living Single, her name is Kim Coles. Kim is going to be coming to New York on December the 5th to do a benefit for. She's from Brooklyn. She's an original Brooklynite. And I'm working with Kim. She's going to be doing a benefit at the Gotham Comedy Club on December the 5th for the residents of Red Hook. And so she's got boxes of coats and shoes and stuff that she got aligned, and she's going to be sending them to the Red Hook Initiative, I believe, and some other groups. So this is an individual effort, to help their fellow Brooklynites and to help their fellow New Yorkers. And so we all have to pitch in and lend a helping hand, because this isn't going to end in 2 weeks or a month or 2 months or even 2 years for some. I mean, right now we've got 200,000 people in New York have lost their jobs because of this hurricane. 200,000. And given that we're headed towards a fiscal cliff, I don't see any jobs coming anytime soon. So, we're going to have to make up for these things, and then we're going to have to build, I think, as I said before, a mechanism that exists, a people's mechanism that will allow for the rapid response to these kinds of disasters, and so that it'll help the people be in a better position after the disaster strikes so they can recover quicker. So it really is up to us at this point. It truly is.
Now, and speaking of Red Hook, the tenants, public housing tenants, residents in Red Hook, have organized themselves. They've held a series of demonstrations. This is aimed at the New York City Housing Authority, just in terms of what many of the residents have complained about, the slowness in getting services restored, particularly electricity. There's no power. That continues to be a problem. And the New York City Housing Authority, NYCHA, has said that for every day that the tenants did not have essential services, they will prorate their rent per day. It's prorated by the day. And many of the tenants feel that is inadequate. I'm not asking you to step into that narrative, but the point being that public housing tenants have, in the opinion not only of themselves but others, have received the worst and have been on the worst receiving end of this crisis, and it doesn't appear to going forward abating itself. And then you have Mayor Bloomberg discussing in a New York Times article that he believes, or they have estimated, that 30 to 40,000 public housing tenants will have to be relocated, and people are really taking pause at that and asking, and it begs the question for many whether or not this is being perceived as a Katrina moment in terms of the privatization of public housing. What's your response to that? That was Hope it wasn't too convoluted. But what's your reaction to that?
So I think that, when we compare this to Katrina, it in some ways it has similarities, in some ways it doesn't. I don't know how to encapsulate what I feel in terms of what the people's response should be for these types of situations. But one of the things that I can say is this, that as long as people stand by idly and allow for injustices to be directed towards them, then the injustices will be directed towards them. And I think that as a community, we are way past the point of making a very strong stand for rights that we have fought for many, many years. And that we have to kind of come together to fight these kinds of injustices, because, again, when you allow the system to grind on and to actually set something like this up, and to not fight it tooth and nail, but as a collective, not just as one, or tenants organizations and such, but I'm talking about as a collective, and to let the system know that we're not going to stand for this. That we as a collective, as a body, a couple million of us here, we're not going to stand for this, and this has got to change. And I can give you a perfect example. I heard about LIPA charging people for power that they hadn't had for a month.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And, these kinds of things are going to be done by these huge corporations because people allow them to be done. So I would tell you, sister, that we're way past the point of complaint. I mean, we complain and we complain, but yet and still we're not willing anymore to do what our forebears did and some of our elders who marched and fought tooth and nail. And we have to come together as a unit. We have to march and fight tooth and nail. And I'll tell you something, I would even go further than that in terms of, because I'm like from a family of old union heads. And, I was just telling somebody about, these unions that came up, even though they're trying to be broken up. But they didn't come because there were people out there marching with signs, placards, singing Kumbaya. They came because the union representatives at the time, the people forming the union, were two-fisted people that went out there and did what they had to do to get the job done. And I'm telling you, as the son of a union fighter, my mother was 5'1", but she was a lioness, and she fought for the rights of her co-workers in the telephone company. My grandfather was another union fighter, and I've grown up with that kind of a spirit. And if people are going to just sit back and allow for the system to roll them over, then the system will roll them over.
Absolutely, and I think that is why the public housing tenants have organized themselves in Red Hook and have reached out to other tenants as well as other organizations across the city. We only have a couple of minutes left, but two things before I ask this question. Bloomberg News had about a couple of weeks ago, it's global warming, stupid, and of course in reference to Hurricane Sandy. And of course, Governor Cuomo has said, hey, listen, this is going to happen again, and we have to be prepared for this. And he has announced sketchy details of a $10 billion project to stop the flooding. I don't know the specifics about this, but how do you view the future in terms of these other disasters that are surely coming, and how can people begin to look at that in terms of their individual preparedness?
Well, people had better start to deal with an individual preparedness plan, because the future is catastrophic. Because eventually we're going to be hit with a disaster that isn't going to be able to be aided by the government and the federal systems. It's going to be too large. It's very easy for New York to suffer through a very large earthquake with a city this old, and we have a very old grid. We've got buildings floating over a grid that was designed, when I say grid, that is the network of pipes and gas pipes and water pipes that were designed the last 80 years, and at this point they're moving towards 120 and 130 in some areas. Essentially, that we will see mega disasters here in New York and all across the country. And if you don't have an individual preparedness plan in place, then what you're asking for is to be completely disconnected from resources for indefinite periods of time. So I would say to all of your listeners that an individual preparedness plan is a must to develop. The future does not. There's nothing that. Let me tell you. I want to make this very clear. I just got finished reading a report from the World Bank, actually, and the United Nations about climate. The future is bleak, and I can't even begin to tell you how bleak it is. You know, for those of you who, I think it was Benjamin Franklin who said, "He who dines on hope will, go to bed hungry." You don't have very much hope for a improvement over the course of the next 10 years. You're going to start to see problems with global warming exacerbate over the next 5 years. We're going to see other Sandys in New York City, and we might see a Category 5 Sandy. It'll cause $1 trillion worth of damage here. It might, if Indian Point is still online, it can flood Indian Point. We might see catastrophic nuclear reactor failure here, and then we have to evacuate the entire city. So if you don't have an individual preparedness plan in place, then you're just asking to be rolled over by a disaster, an emergency, or catastrophe. So I would implore you that to develop one, to try to stay in touch with your show and others so that you can know we're going to have our next Ready Up event so that you can come and train. You have to prepare. And if you don't prepare, being unprepared now, if you have children, if you have elders, if you have someone infirmed, if you have someone who is disabled in some sort of a way, then you're just asking to watch these people suffer because you don't have the resources available to give to them. You have no food. You have no food for your children. You have no medicine for your elders. You have nothing. And when you look towards government, maybe whatever government exists would love to help you, but it cannot. And we've got to get off of the governmental mindset, and we've got to get onto the individual mindset and learn how to prepare ourselves for disasters and emergencies.
Well, I don't think we can discount the government because right now, even Cuomo says we're looking at $30 billion worth of damage. Listen, if the banks could get $17 trillion, then I think the people can expect something as well.
Oh, the people can, but when you look towards the government to solve problems that you can solve for yourself.
Well, that's very different.
If you take those problems before the disaster strikes, and then you solve them yourself. Now, I'm saying you can't do it after the disaster. You have to do it before.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is that for the things that we can do, we must do them. Because if we do those things, then after the disaster, it'll be much easier for the government to dispense aid and all of the other things that we have to get.
Oh, okay. We have to stop here. We have to bring on our next guest, but thank you so much, Eitan Edwards. He is director of the International Preparedness Network, and this was key and important information because Hurricane Sandy is really just the beginning in terms of disasters that have yet to come. So thank you so much, Mr. Edwards. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back, hopefully, with Mr. Herb Boyd. So stay tuned. You're listening to Inside Housing here in the studios of WHCR Radio 90.3 FM on your dial, the voice of Harlem Radio. We'll be right back, so stay tuned. So hopefully we're going to go into this, hearing some more of our good friend Sophia Loren Coffey, and listen to her a few minutes, and we'll be right back.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Love child, falling off your cloud for just a minute, running around loud. Oh, and then you're in it, up and down, you're going round for just a minute. Oh, running.
Okay, folks, we're back on the air, and we have, hopefully on the line, our next guest, someone whom we are always so glad to have on. It is Harlem's own Herb Boyd, who is a writer, journalist, activist. I can't tell you. I have to ask him how many books he has written. So it really is a pleasure and an honor to have Herb Boyd on the program. And we're just going to talk about literally everything. Welcome to the program.
Always a pleasure, Nellie.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you here, sir. It really is. Just for our audience, how many books have you written again?
Well, I've either published or edited or written 23. And currently, matter of fact, I just finished transcribing the diary of Malcolm X.
Really?
Yeah, so that'll be the next book. I'm doing it with one of his daughters, Ilyasa Shabazz.
And is this unpublished material that you're some of it?
Yeah, it's unpublished. It's been there kind of just lying in the vaults over at the Schomburg. It's been there since it got back about 2003. I don't know if you recall that whole situation where one of the daughters put it in a bin, in a storage bin down in Florida.
Yes, I do.
Somebody bid it on it.
Yes.
And they bought it it's like a pig in the poke. You know, when you go to an auction, you don't know what the heck's inside those boxes, but you have a little indication based on whose property it was. And so this man, Mr. Calhoun, he bought it and got it home, opened it up, and discovered he had a treasure trove of memorabilia connected with Malcolm's life. And so he put it in an auction house out in San Francisco. And the late Joe Fleming, who was the attorney for the family at that time, quickly brought a court injunction, and they rescued all that material, and it was then reverted back to the family. And then the two big crates were shipped in, Ellie, to the Schomburg. And at that time, Howard Dodson was the chief curator. And he called me up and told me to come on over. And I brought the late James Gilbert with me. And we were there when they opened up those crates. And lo and behold, there's all this stuff. I mean, including the bullet-riddled appointment book that he kept in his vest pocket. His Quran, the two diaries that I've been working on. So all of that stuff, along with just countless number of articles, newspapers, magazines. Malcolm was a real pack rat. He just kept everything.
Ah, you see, so there's something good to be said about pack rats. But the diaries cover what period? The diaries, rather.
The diaries cover mostly just the 1964 visits to Africa and the Middle East.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That is where he met Nasser, correct?
Oh, yeah, he went to Mecca. You know, he went on several occasions to Mecca. So all of that's contained in the diaries. In fact, now I'm going over doing the annotations and a commentary. It's about 100 pages of transcription. And they're on microfilm over at the Schomburg. So what I did, I just went over and duplicated all that and then transcribed it. And his handwriting is pretty legible.
Oh, fantastic. Now, this period historically has been described by some as this period of transition from Malcolm into into an internationalist.
Yes.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I think this is kind of the epitome, the height of his Pan-Africanist thrust. He always was expressing Pan-African ideas and black nationalism concepts. And it was an opportunity then to go to Africa and sit with such major leaders as Kwame Nkrumah, Nasser of Egypt, Julius Nyerere, Nnamdi
of Tanzania.
Azikiwe.
Yeah.
I mean, just on and on, Milton Obote. Mm-hmm. He met all of these world leaders, and in effect, though, he was flying by the seat of his pants, both literally and figuratively, because, you're talking about a man who had an 8th grade education, and but he was always just a magnificent scholar and student. And I guess those years in the penitentiary kind of refined his focus in terms of getting together the language and understanding, who he was, because he was always on a mission of self-discovery. And getting into Africa and meeting with all these major leaders, the potentates of their country, and they saw him. In effect, they saw him as the president of Black America, because he was given, Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia, give him a full set out. Here, you got a chauffeur-driven car at your disposal. Here is you're staying at the Jeddah Palace. You're saying you got all of the guides, the people that accompany you. You got the translators, interpreters around you. You're eating the best food. He got accommodations up the wazoo.
Just to kind of translate what I heard you say, Malcolm represented the epitome of the best.
Yes.
And the future potential of Black America.
In reality, I think you're absolutely correct.
So how does that compute with where we are today? And I don't want to open up the Obama script, but I just want to go beyond that, because it is about the system, and we don't want to deal with personalities or for people to misunderstand. But where Black America is now, regardless of who holds the presidency, because whether it was Obama or whatever, the unemployment crisis would be the same. The incarceration of Black and Latino young men would be the same. And so, and I say this with all deliberateness, because there are some who want to fasten on to any critical analysis a personality attack, when in fact it is something beyond any one person, beyond any one presidency. It is what Malcolm always talked about, the system itself and how it moves on its own axis, as it moves on its own historical course. And I don't think a lot of people understand that, just in terms of movement and space and all of that other stuff. But how do you compute that, given Malcolm and what he was, the best of Black America, in terms of where we are today?
Well, it's just so unfortunate that, Malcolm was only 39 years of age when he was snatched from us. And I think the last year of his life, and I think Spike Lee just did not give him justice at all in the film, because I think the most important year of his life was the last year, because he had these opportunities to travel abroad, and nothing enlightens an individual like going to other worlds. And he was open and receptive to that. He was just accumulating information. He was an ambassador. He was a representative of Black America. So what he was doing was accumulating information to bring back, to share, certainly with the members of his organization. He had two organizations at that time, the Muslim Mosque Incorporated and the Organization of African American Unity, one representing the political thrust, the other the kind of religious, spiritual aspects. So he had these two organizations and a number of very, very eager and enthusiastic members who wanted to get that information and share it with the wider population. All of that was cut off from us. All we can do now is go back to read the autobiography and maybe grapple with some of the other interpretations of his life out there, and to glean from that, the lessons, for today. And one of the lessons I think we can learn from Malcolm is what he was trying to do with his life, is that you have to go ahead and find out exactly who you are. The questions that, for example, I just come back from the State of the Black World Conference down in Washington, D.C. This is Ron Daniels, the Institute of the Black World, 21st Century. And he had rounded up in a very similar fashion that he did way back in 1972 at the Gary Convention, where he had the National Black Assembly there. And someone was asking me, it's like, what's the difference between 1972, what he was trying to do there, right here in 2012? Well, it's pretty much the same thing, because the system hasn't changed that dramatically.
Exactly.
So the same issues that we had in 72 or back in 1964 when Malcolm was alive are just as relevant and pertinent today in terms of dealing with where we are, in terms of our status in the society. You look at the situation both domestically and abroad, and you can see that some of the problems that have been just permanently infested, embedded into our system, and how we are always at the front of it. Black Americans, you know, and people of color always get the short end of the stick when it comes to any kind of change and hope that they talk about in this society.
And increasing,
but nonetheless, you know, we stay, we're very persistent, we're resilient, and the struggle continues.
Yeah, and what was so important about the last point that you made is that times are getting even worse for us, even under a black president. And the blame isn't to be put on the black president. Some wish, as some of even the white liberals are willing to admit, is that he shows more oomph and more backbone and not renege on many, many promises that he's made. But even independent of that, it is the system itself.
Sure.
And people don't seem to be able to make that distinction. It's all very confusing for people. I don't understand why people can't make that distinction, but that appears to be the problem.
Well, what you have is like the president is only one element of the kind of power elite, the leadership in this country.
Exactly.
And you've got the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You know, the whole David Petraeus situation begins to indicate exactly, you know, the kind of foibles that exist within the whole intelligence community, the CIA and what have you, the Council of Foreign Relations. You've got the whole military and the Congress, executive, the Supreme Court. All of this here is part and parcel of beginning to determine exactly what happens in our society. The president, you know, he has an executive order thing that he can do, and we're kind of curious on how that's going to play out since he is in his final term, and Black America kind of gave him a pass, just hoping that maybe when he becomes a lame duck, he'll have nothing else to lose, and he can begin to do some of those things he didn't do in his first term. That's the kind of hope and it's a very sophisticated electorate. You know, Black Americans are by no means naive and stupid.
Not at all.
You know, and how
not
this country
at all.
operates, you know.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah.
And that's so it's to be seen exactly, you know, what's going to be the upshot of some of this final 4 years. And I think we have a responsibility, an obligation to put his feet to the fire now and make him come clean on some of these issues that are pertinent for us. I mean, I'm just concerned. I got a piece coming out this week on the whole drone situation in Pakistan.
Unbelievable.
I mean, that and the American Civil Liberties Union they filed a suit because in effect what they're saying is that all of that's kind of, you know, formally that's classified. So it's kind of the secrecy of it all. We need a lot more transparency with that situation in terms of how they can target individuals and subsequently the collateral damage that comes as a result of some 300 drones being unmanned drones unleashed on Yemen, on Somalia, and particularly on Pakistan, where some 2,500 people have been killed. You can't tell me that all of those are Al-Qaeda.
No, absolutely not. We want everyone to know that you're listening to WHCR Radio, 90.3 FM on your dial, the voice of Harlem Radio, right here in the world-renowned community of Harlem. And we have on the phone our one and only prolific writer, journalist, Herb Boyd, has been part of the publication of 23 different books, working on a new book, The Diaries of Malcolm X. Something that we can all look forward to. We have a final question for you because Martin Pratt just said we had.
Yeah,
just walked in and he said, Nellie, if you need more time, so we're going to we're going to do that. So here's the final question. Looking at Harlem, we've seen a complete change in the 13th congressional district. It was redistricted, and part of it, why it was because of the loss of the African American population. And now we have a new district, the 13th congressional district, that was created so that blacks could have representation in Congress, with Adam Clayton Powell Jr. being the first congressman, and then that seat later on challenged and won by Congressman Rangel. Only those two politicians have held that seat. And after Mr. Rangel leaves office, and the next 2 years, it's going to be a very, very different district. And the test for the future is whether or not this coalition, this Black and Latino coalition, will become stronger, more cohesive, or will it be a fragile coalition, as what we're seeing now with what's coming out of Adriana Espaillat's mouth?
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Okay, go ahead. We're going to let you answer this, and then we're going to go off the air.
Yeah, well, I think we need to have a round two on this. Because we need to get a little bit into the whole gentrification of Harlem's community and how redistricting plays into this. Because what happens is it could be a division. It could be a divisive situation between black and brown.
Yes.
And someone else can slide in there.
Yeah, right. So tragic. That's exactly what happens generally.
Exactly. We've seen that happen many, many times across the country. I saw it happen in Detroit, where I grew up, where suddenly you don't have the kind of a unified position there. You don't have a candidate that everybody can get behind, and suddenly you have like a slew of candidates out there, and they begin to peel away from, the black and brown solidarity or the kind of unity they should have. And suddenly you have someone slide in there with a small number of votes because you had so many candidates running, and they all kind of nullified each other.
Exactly.
So what we have to do, and also it's what's going on with the 12th, the 9th and the 12th community boards in terms of the whole vote there, and what's happening with the up in the upper Washington Heights with the whole move there in terms of rezoning. So those are some issues that we can address maybe in coming future dates on your show.
Oh, absolutely. And because what ties into that is the rezoning of 125th Street.
Exactly.
And that big money is coming. We have Red Rooster, not the Red Rooster, but Red Lobster that's going to be there. Corporate America. Right. Corporate America is moving big time. And if Human Bookstore could not hold its own with a 38% increase in profits, and I think the owner was right. Like, what am I doing? Am I just going to have the store open to pay rent? 100% in rent, and the Bayou, no, not the Bayou, the one on 125th Street that just closed down.
Yes.
And the Lenox Terrace is still trying to, not Lenox Terrace, the Lenox Lounge.
The Lenox Lounge.
The Lenox Lounge is
with Elvin Reed. Yes, we have.
Exactly.
We got a lot to talk about.
Okay, well, thank you.
We'll do it real soon. Okay.
Okay, and good luck on your book and your work.
I'll come on the air and talk about it.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay,
well,
now.
folks,
Bye-bye.
That does it for Inside Housing. Thank you so much, Martin Pratt, for letting us have a couple of extra minutes here. If you're listening, those minutes were granted to us. Thank you, everyone, for listening to Inside Housing. And again, I'm your host and producer, Nellie Hester Bailey, here in the studios of WHCR Radio 90.3 FM on your dial, the voice of Harlem Radio. We were very, very happy to have in the studio today, and we heard her music at the beginning, Sophia Loren Coffee. Check her out. Check out her music. Check out her earrings. Thank you so much for listening. Peace.
She
Hey, Harlem. It's been a minute since I've been in the studio, been on the road traveling, getting our illustrious, very much needed president elected back in the studio. And it is the week after Thanksgiving. We have some information about Cyber Monday and the different specials and sales that are happening on Cyber Monday. A great organization I found while traveling is in D.C. It's Minorities in Technology and Broadband, and they're funded through the Telecommunications Act, and we're going to talk about their list of what they think is the best buys for this Monday, which is we still have some time. If you haven't made a purchase, you still have some time to make a purchase, and that should be some good information. But I think the main thing, I want to find out about how you guys' Thanksgiving was. I want to find out what you guys did and you know, what you ate and what's good and what you recommend. Something that dawned on me recently was that I'm against 4 cheese macaroni. I don't know why it just dawned on me that I'm against 4 cheese macaroni, but I pretty much am. Yeah, I'm pretty much against 4 cheese macaroni. The reason is that, you know how, it used to be macaroni, it was so, cheese was there, cheese was good. Use real cheese and you melted the cheese and stuff like that. But like now, everybody has got these like 6 different types of macaronis and 6 different types of cheeses and extra flavors, and it's just a bit much. Like, I just kind of want to go back to macaroni and cheese, just some good old, not even extra sharp. It don't even have to be extra sharp. It could just be good macaroni and cheese. I don't know. Give me your thoughts. 212-650-6903. New number, 212-650-6903. I gotta memorize this number. I had another number memorized, so I'm not gonna say it. But I gotta get this one down pat. 650-6903, 212. Anyway, back to Thanksgiving. Had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I made lasagna, turkey ground lasagna, made turkey, and actually made a ham. Let's see, what else did I make? Made stuffing. First time I've ever made stuffing. Shout out to my boy who used to live on 136 for giving us that great recipe. It looks like we have a caller, and I just realized, do I remember how to put this on the air? Okay, hopefully. Let's see. Hopefully you get this right. Caller? Hello? Let's see. Hello? Dang it. Alright. Just realized that I haven't been here for a while. Let me see. Hello? Hey. Some reason I can't figure out how to get you on the air. But I do hear you in my ear. I know who it is, Mr. D. So, what? Yes, I appreciate that. That's good. Oh, okay. All right. So what? Yes, I will be in Brooklyn tomorrow. Definitely. Okay, so I will give you a call. Hey, how did your Thanksgiving go? How was your Thanksgiving? Oh, we're fine. Okay. What do you think about? What? Yeah. I don't know what's up. Why people keep making this? Exactly. Just make a good macaroni. Hey, well, thanks for calling me. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. That was Mr. D, our illustrious provider. Thanks for calling in, Mr. D. Listening always. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to get on the air because this is ridiculous. I don't know. Let's drop this. Okay, that's that. I'm gonna send someone an email while I talk so I can figure out how to do the call on air. But anyways, back to Thanksgiving. Was really troubled by a lot of the stuff that was happening on Black Friday. It didn't get as, or maybe it did get as violent as it has in the past, but it just feels like more and more people are looking at this as a participator blood sport. You know, as far as what can they get and how far will they go. I looked at an article and there was 6 people who were camped out at Best Buy in different parts of the United States 4 days before Thanksgiving. And I was looking at the Best Buy site and I was just not really, and also there's a lot of places, if you just Google Black Friday ads, you'll see a lot of different places that will give you the Black Friday ads ahead of the time. And there just wasn't, it wasn't anything that, I mean, I guess if you want to get a 50-inch television, if you, I don't know. It wasn't anything that I saw at Best Buy that was worth camping out 4 days ahead of time. Just not worth it at all. Like, ever. Not even a little bit. Not even, tad. Nothing. Zero. Zada. But, however, I did see something at Kmart that was interesting. They had TVs for 32-inch TVs for under $100 range. But the thing that troubled me is the amount of people that seemed to show up on Thursday. It was tons of people who left Thanksgiving to go and become part of this whole let's open up during Thanksgiving. Give us your money. And I get it. We're in a bad economy and we want to get things for our loved ones, and that's important. I'm just questioning, and this kind of goes into what Nellie was talking about when it comes to Human Bookstore. I'm just questioning whether or not it's the best use of our time and the best use of our energy to shop physically on these crazy days. I don't know. I don't get that a lot is gained by doing all this crazy shopping ahead of time. I get that. In person. I get that. We want to save money, and I'm with saving money. I think that saving money is important. I'm not saying saving money is not important, but I do think that you can do the same thing by shopping online. And you save yourself a trip. You get to enjoy the holiday with your family. I mean, because that's, to be honest, isn't that the real reason that we're here? We're there to for the holiday. I thought, aren't we? We're not. Thanksgiving is for us to give corporate America our bucks. I don't see it that way, but I could be the only person thinking. Actually, I don't think that's true. I'm the only one. And this is what's weird also. On Saturday, there was a big push to support small businesses. So if you spent your money on Thursday and a little bit of Friday, by Saturday, you probably had a tiny bit of money to spend. Or maybe you only only got one of the two things. So that's possible too. Then Saturday, you were encouraged to go out by Amex to go out and support your local small business on Saturday, Small Business Saturday. And that's kind of troubling too, because, honestly, the same thing about Human Bookstore is that the small businesses, especially in places like Harlem, need support throughout the year. That one day a year and the fourth quarter profits, it's not really that helpful. Small businesses, and I always try to support our small businesses. I try to make sure I spend at least close to 80% of my money where I live at, and the rest in the African American or Hispanic owned business. Only because I know so few people do support. And actually, I've been the last year or so, I feel really rewarded by spending money, by being concerted effort of spending money with Black and Brown, because I've gotten really good service. I say that probably surprisingly, I've gotten good service, but I really have gotten great service. And I was just talking about this. It's a neighborhood bodega that's not owned by well, how do we say this? It's owned by someone who was born here in the United States and is Latino, and their price is a little bit less than the other type of corner stores, that quote unquote delis, that are sanctioned and people are brought in from Yemen to work. And they seem to understand that I want 6 eggs and they're only going to charge me, under $1 for the 6 eggs, and they're cool with it. And they've been doing that for years. And it's not like, I don't know if you remember Crooklyn, the movie, Spike Lee's movie. If you haven't seen Crooklyn, you got to see Crooklyn. Crooklyn is one of those movies that just like freaking phenomenal. But in Crooklyn, there's a lot of what is not a lot. There's a lot of neighborhood scenes, but the Hispanic store that's there, where they're playing the merengue. I believe it's merengue that's playing, or maybe salsa, and they start dancing in the store and everything. And that's exactly how a lot of the neighborhood stores are, or used to be anyway, because this is back in the 80s. But you don't find that so much these days anymore. And while that's not the only reason to support a store, it just goes to speak to the kind of the presence you want with your stores and why you support them year round. I just can't imagine being able to help out a small business only on Small Business Saturday. But I guess the argument could be made that, and since I don't have Lena here, the argument, I'll take Lena's side, probably she'll say, well, you probably could say that the person could be supporting them all year round, then they save up money and they make a big purchase at the small business on Small Business Saturday. And I guess that could be made too. Anyway, going to get online. I'm going to play part of an interview with this guy named Tim Ferriss. And Tim Ferriss is this guy that has this book out called The 4-Hour Week, Work Week. And he has a 4-hour chef and a 4-hour workout. And it's not like he's saying that you only work for 4 hours, but he's saying you only work for 4 hours. And it's a really interesting concept. He was profiled on a show on Hulu. If you go to Hulu and type in Tim Ferriss, you'll see a day in the life. And it's a really interesting show. And they also have Day in Life of Richard Branson, but Day in the Life of Tim Ferriss, and you get to see how he operates and how he spends his time very specifically, very minutely, and very powerfully. So check out this interview with Tim Ferriss. And the guy interviewing him is an interesting guy I just stumbled upon on YouTube called Chase Jarvis. And so the word is Chase, like Chase Bank, and Jarvis. But anyway, Tim Ferriss, and Tim he also has a blog, a book. He has a bunch of stuff, and he's been doing this for years. So this is not something brand new. This is something Tim has been talking about this for the last 7-8 years. How you spell Ferriss is F-E as in Edward, R-R as Robert, I-S-S. So T-I-M, F as in Frank, E-R-R-I-S-S. And we'll be back in a few. After I get the music off the air and stop playing the music, and so we can hear Tim.
Shitty work. They're afraid to be called out on something, and a lot of that keeps creative people in a little shell. So,
yeah. Fear is a real driver, and it has been for me as well in the past, whether it's in athletics.
To remind you that Geico has delightful customer service, and we have a special video just for you.
It's a
Young
driver
colleagues
based on risk,
in
and
love.
that's when people define risk, or should define risk, as the possibility of an irreversible negative outcome. And what I mean by that is, just like most people fail to achieve their goals because they're poorly defined, most people are prevented from doing things based on fear because it's poorly defined. So what I tend to do if I find myself paralyzed or indecisive is I'll write down all of the worst case scenarios. I mean, really get high def in the absolute specific worst case scenarios. Then the second column is what I could do to prevent, anything I could do to prevent those specific items, and then if they happen, what I could do to reverse those or minimize the damage from each of those outcomes. And you find once you do that, that the worst case scenarios are very seldom as bad as you'd envisioned. It's just the nebulous, dark,
when you haven't defined
phantasm of a bad outcome that prevents you from taking action. But once you actually realize, oh, worst case scenario, I go back to my last job. Worst case scenario, I take a part-time job doing this. Worst case scenario, I have to suck it up for a month or two, do twice as much work with that one client I don't like, and then this. And then it really doesn't seem as scary, and you can actually move ahead with things.
Now, so that's super, super relevant to our audience, and I know it is to yours because that was, isn't that the story, the initial story that launched you into doing your first book, which was #1 New York Times bestseller for ages and ages and ages and ages, and wasn't that a necessary step for you to actually go make that book? Was you were, why don't you tell the folks at home you were trapped in a job and working like a freak? And so give us a little background for those of you who don't know the story.
So the book was really accidental. I had this reckoning in mid-2004 where the girlfriend I had at the time, I thought we were going to get engaged, gave me a plaque effectively that said business hours end at 5 p.m. It had a collage with a photo of my head and a business suit made out of construction paper. It was very dramatic. She put some time into it, very creative woman. And I ended up taking the next 1.5 to 2 years traveling around the world trying to sort my life out and automate my business and striving for elegance, meaning the fewest number of moving pieces in these different areas of my life. And at one point, taught a class, I guess lecture at Princeton twice a year in high-tech entrepreneurship, and I always ask, yeah, it's fun, it's great, it's a really smart class. And I always ask for feedback at the end of these lectures, so I send emails out, and additional comments is one of the fields. And I taught the class via phone from Argentina. I was in Buenos Aires at the time, and this one student, very typical sort of Princeton student, and I'm not accepted, but it was like, I don't understand why you're teaching a class of 50 students. Why don't you just write a book and be done with it? Ha ha ha. And it was, it was like a sarcastic, offhand comment by this student. And I already had insomnia at the time. And I would be laying in bed in Buenos Aires, and I would wake up just to write down my thoughts so I could go back to sleep. Never planned on writing anything. And after a while, I had this big stack of ideas, and had plenty of time. All I was doing was dancing tango at the time. And it's a whole separate story.
That's a great quote.
And so I put together a proposal, sent it to a friend of mine, Jack Canfield, who's certainly one of the most successful authors of all time, Chicken Soup for the Soul. He was a co-creator. 100 million plus copies. It's a lot of books, guys. And I said, Jack, am I full of crap or should I do something with this? And he said, no, you should go for it. And that's when the fear came in as a factor. You know, do I dare try this because I might fail? It's something new. I could stick with what I'd known and have a nice, comfortable existence, or do I try this? And it turned out, you know, I was turned down by 3 out of 4 agents. I was personally introduced to these people by Jack, keep in mind. Then with a really good agent, was still turned down by 26 publishers until, or before I should say, Crown ultimately ended up buying the book. Yeah, so Crown within Random House bought the book, and
the rest.
The rest, yeah, no one expected it to do what it did, and we had an initial print run of around 10,000 copies. Wasn't even full national distribution, and then who knew?
And so again, overcoming the fear, like you had to get through that the fear, I guess, fence, and you had to actually press send on the manuscript or the pitch, right?
And I think a big part of that, or a big help, is focusing on process over outcome. So for me, the way I had to look at the book was putting together this proposal was almost like examining my own thoughts and organizing my own thoughts around specific topics.
Right.
Even if it didn't get published, it was a useful exercise.
Got it.
And then as I'm writing the book, I thought to myself, if this ends up being read by a dozen people and it changes 2 or 3 of their lives, and I wrote for my friends as a side note. It's the only way I could find my voice. I first ended up with this really pompous, like, Princetonian shtick that I was doing. With
you can say
lots
shit.
Shit too. Like 4 or 5 syllable words, and that was horrible. So
I can't say.
So I scrapped it, and then I went to like Looney Tunes / Three Stooges slapstick, which was also horrible.
Right.
Scrapped that, so I threw away 4 or 5 chapters, and had 2 glasses of wine and sat down and said, I'm going to write this like I would write an email to my best friends. And that's how it started. That's how I found my voice.
That's speaking of finding your voice. That's a lot. Actually, I'm going to interrupt us for just a second and say, like, you've already dropped a handful of nuggets, and there's a little contest going on right now Which camera am I looking at? There you go. There's a little contest going on right now. You guys know that I take pictures of my subjects, and we're going to have a little photo lesson later. But aside from that, I'm going to photograph Tim, and with this here Polaroid 600.